All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Did the music die or did my headphones go out? I couldn't tell there.
I think it goes pretty quick now. It goes pretty quick. Got to get it out. Got to get the music out of there,
that's
all right?
That's
we got
right.
cameras to turn on here, okay?
Forgot about that.
What is happening? Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Happy Tuesday indeed.
You know what it felt like leaving the house today?
What?
You know, did you get a little bit of that?
Red 85, Fat Hut. 180, 180, 180.
Little bit, little chill in the air, little nip in the air, little football weather. You ready for a 22 dive?
I'm ready to talk about it. I'm not ready for that.
You're not ready for that part of it.
Nah.
Huh? Okay.
We're not even in August.
Yeah, I'm so ready.
What is your deal?
I don't know, man. I'm never happy.
When it
in
rains,
life.
you're gonna
I'm
bitch
never
and moan.
content.
His giant
I know.
stink. That's
Exactly.
why he's ready.
I got nothing to fill my hole right now. My hole is empty, dude. It is wide open right now.
If you don't like baseball, it's a pretty bleak sports landscape.
It's a little
for you,
tough right now.
you
The
know?
golf calendar is basically done for the
Yeah,
things
it's
that I
over.
care about. That's all I got, dude.
Yeah.
All I got filling my hole is Blazer Arena deal. And let me tell you,
okay.
that's not a comfortable hole filler
You got
right
some
there.
WNBA.
That burns a little bit. Nobody wants that.
He's not
No.
diving into
I watched
that.
the All-Star game a little bit on Saturday
Yeah.
night. I mean, the wife wanted to watch it, so I watched a little bit of it. It was, a lot of layups,
Yeah, I hear you,
a lot of
but
good passes, a lot of good bounce passes.
I'm not ready for the November 8th through November 19th straight days amount of rain.
Come on, man.
I'm not ready for
That
it.
rain's fine because you're still in football season. It's when you get to February after the Super Bowl and you're just depressed and it's 42 and dark at 3 o'clock and you're like, God, can I get some sunshine in my life, please?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, but I'm trying to enjoy what I have with summer.
Yeah, I milked it all. I'm good. I've been outside. I've
How
got
have
enough
you
sun.
milked it all? You
I'm
have
tan.
an entire month and a half left.
I'm tan. I've already capitalized. I got enough vitamin D in my life. I'm ready.
Are you
Bring on the
roundly
clouds.
tan? Is your chest tan?
It actually is pretty. I got a pretty complete tan. I haven't
you?
played golf in like a month and a half, so I don't have a bad golf tan right now.
Yeah.
The chest isn't bad from swim lessons. I feel pretty good about my tan.
I got a thigh-high, tan. It gets to about the thigh. I was getting a haircut, and my shorts, I was wearing gym shorts. They came up a little bit, and it was like, holy crap.
What happened to your legs,
I could see your
man?
veins. I was like, yeah, it's a little white
Did you
right
paint
there.
that thing white? Was that some white paint on your legs,
It
man?
looks like it.
Ah, I'm blinded. Ah,
It looks like it.
turn the light down, all right?
Yeah, it's
Put a shade
freezing
on
out
that
there,
thing.
dude.
It feels cold for July. It's a little chilly this morning. That's why I got that vibe. It felt like football season. I'm
I'll
ready
say
for a
this.
pumpkin.
I welcome it to Central Oregon.
Yes, that is true. We
They
definitely
need as much
it.
cold and wet weather as you can possibly muster up.
They do. Should we take bets on will I be going to Sun River next week?
Well, I got a text from my son.
Yeah, what's the report? What's the
He
report from
said it
Central
was-
Oregon?
He said in Bend. Now, he's in Bend. He's
Sure.
not in the outskirts. He said it's gotten better this week.
Okay.
He said it was much worse a week ago when all the lightning
Yeah.
came and started a lot of those fires.
Okay.
He said he can still smell the smoke a little bit in Bend, but
a little haze, little smoke.
so yeah, the harder part's going to be getting there because they've been closing highways.
They don't want people evacuating.
Nice.
So, can you even get there is more the question.
That's
not will
a
your
great question.
vacation
But he
happen.
said
I didn't
in
know
Bend,
that was happening. That's
in
fun.
Bend, it's gotten better over the last week.
Okay. All
Well,
right.
Has it gotten better in the fire, specific, or is he talking about the smoke? 'Cause
He's
it's
talking about
blowing
the air
east.
quality.
It's just air quality. I don't think the fires
Yeah.
have gotten any better. I just think the
Okay.
smoke's all blowing the other
But
direction
that
right
doesn't.
now.
Yeah, so that's
So
useful
technically-
information. That's actually not helpful for your trip because you won't get there if there's still massive fires.
No, probably not. And if the wind starts blowing in the other direction, we're going to have a little bit of an issue on our hands.
Yeah.
Little bit of a problem. Little haze
Just-
over Sun
just a
River.
smidge, yeah.
Last time this ever happens, final life lesson. No more Central Oregon trips late summer.
It sucks,
It's not
dude.
going to happen. I can't
well,
do
I'm
it.
supposed to go see him in a few weeks for the weekend.
Yeah, go for a
I
weekend.
don't know if
So
that's happening.
Hoping
Good luck.
things will dissipate.
Maybe change plans, all right? Why don't you come see me instead
Well, I
of
know-
you coming to me coming to see you?
Well, we're
You
going
come
to
this
a
way.
We're supposed to go to a concert at the amphitheater,
Ah, yeah.
which was part of the plan.
Part of the reason to go out there. Who's playing the amphitheater? Creed out there?
OAR
Oh, OAR. That's a nice throwback, man.
Who's OAR?
of a Revolution.
I mean, he's not going to know that.
Can you give me a song?
What was the one you didn't know last week from King Sella? Foghorn Leghorn. He had a band. He was going to see a concert, and you'd never heard of it.
I jogged my memory because we had a former coworker that got mad at me about that. Cake.
Cake, yes.
He was like, I'm going to see Cake. And I was
Cake's
like,
in town this weekend.
what do you mean you're going to go see Cake? Like,
What are you going to eat some? You're going to slice chocolate, vanilla?
And then
What
he
kind
said
of
the
cake?
band, he played a song. I was like, I'd never heard of this before. And then I remembered our old coworker, Alicia.
Yes.
She got on my ass like almost 10 years ago about not knowing.
She's very upset with you. Very, very upset with you.
Big Cake fan. And I was like, I've never heard of Cake in my life.
I know there is a band named Cake. I could not name a song for the life
I don't think
of
I
me.
could either. They're the kind of band that if I hear the song, I'm like, oh yeah, I know that song, but I can't tell you the name of the song off the top of my head.
There were
a very vague understanding of who they are.
There were 2 hits from OAR that got mainstream radio play: Shattered and Love and Memories.
Neither sound familiar.
Neither one's
at
going to
all.
ring a bell. If you played them, you might know them.
Maybe
but yeah.
sing it or don't do it at all.
Ooh, yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. You can't tell me the name of a song. I remember 90% of the songs I listen to.
Let's hear your vocals early on a Tuesday morning, Swag.
No, people are trying to wake up.
I think it's a good way to wake everybody up.
Singing
was
some
a-
Shattered. It's pretty good.
There was a wreck on 26 that closed all lanes. I had to be
Nice.
diverted this morning.
That's a
Hopefully
good
it's
start.
cleaned up.
Already this morning, huh? That's an early crash. Come on.
Yeah, when
people.
you see
It's
the
like
reader
they killed a
board.
pedestrian.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, there's a dead body.
All right,
Yeah.
that's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you see the
Thanks for throwing that in my face like I know that information.
I just saw the reader board. It said crash 2 miles ahead. All lanes are closed, and that was before 217.
Somebody walking along the side of the road?
Well,
I don't
first
know.
of all,
How do you get killed as a
why are there
pedestrian?
pedestrians on
It's near the zoo.
26?
Yeah, what are we doing
That's
here?
a weird spot to just be.
Are you jumping the highway? Are we talking
I can't
about-
help but wonder, are you camping there?
Yeah, are you sleeping
Yeah.
on the side of the road?
We've all been there before.
That's not a very big, it's not like you're trying to cross a busy intersection there. There are no intersections to cross.
There's no
on 26.
intersections.
There's no walking
it's
on
a
26.
3-lane highway freeway.
It
I
should
mean,
be
there is
5.
walking on 26. I see it occasionally.
Well,
Not recommended
it's
walking.
not supposed to be.
No.
No, it's not. If you're walking on 26, you got either your car broke down or something's wrong with you.
And why are you walking at 4:30 in the morning?
That's a whole nother question.
Look, we all have the same thoughts right now. We just don't want to say it, okay?
Yeah.
We're all thinking the
Yeah.
same thing.
Well,
It's
all right,
a trust tree here.
That's a brutal news to wake up to. That's tough. All
It's
right,
pretty awful.
R.I.P., man.
Yeah, I didn't know what the accident. I got off and went over Burnside and came down that
Well,
way.
So the thing you think about with Central Oregon now is it's really unfortunate. I mean, aside from just like you don't want homes to be damaged and people to have to leave everything.
No.
If we're looking at this from our lens, you really have to start considering like what's the latest you go to Central Oregon for the summer?
Probably June.
When you told me you booked Sun River, I
Yeah.
was internally like, whoa.
Yeah. This could be a staycation.
That's a late book.
Probably, going forward, probably June. 4th of July, maybe max.
I
But
think
I like
that's
being
it.
around on the 4th of July, so
Because
I'm
it
not
gets
going.
so damn hot in
And
July.
then once you get past the 4th of July, I don't, I'm not rolling the dice on that anymore. It'll be a
It's
coastal
actually
trip.
been mild. It's been dry, but it's been milder than recent summers out there.
You just worry
Wait,
about
what
the
do you
smoke.
mean?
The temperature wise.
Oh, well, I mean, but
They haven't been-
fires.
yeah,
are
it's
horrendous.
dry. It's dry as a bone.
That's
but
why you got some fires over there. Right?
So-
Why they're going to burn more acres this
Yeah.
year than they ever have.
That's a bit of the problem. I think it'll be more of like a spring trip. Spring's always solid. Central Oregon's usually pretty good. You don't get as much rain, so things dry out a little bit quicker. It's not hot yet, so spring you can get some
late
good deals.
September, early October.
The fall
if
trip is
you
solid. I've done
don't
that before.
Have school-age children to run around.
Yeah, if you can get a weekend away
if you
from
can
kids,
sneak out
that's
for
a
a
good
while.
trip.
We used to do that every year for the wife's birthday, early October, find a duck bye week. Usually they have one in October, and we go for the weekend. Delightful trip. Wonderful weather. It's a little bit cool. You got that fall air. Feels fit, but it's still sunny enough during the day. It's a great time to go. But I think the rest of the local summer vacations for years to come will be the coast. It's also like I think Sun River is better for, like, I'm really excited to take Teddy if we're able to go next week and take him to the pool. They got a bike that the place we're renting that has like one of the carriers in the
Yeah,
back.
so
you can ride around on that.
Sun River will be great.
But the older you get, I feel like Sun River is more useful. The younger you are, the beach is just a better trip because you could just plop a kid down on the sand and he is content for hours.
Little plastic
on end.
bucket and a
Dude,
shovel.
You get him a shovel, the water's coming in, you're digging stuff out, you're seeing little sea creatures. It's just, very entertaining for a young kid.
It is. When did we used to do the Bend Ale Trail?
That was always the fall. That was always during football season.
It was still like nice though, right?
It wasn't
I have,
fully
like,
we didn't go in maybe November was the latest we ever went when we did it, but never like December. And I feel
remember it being a little cold, but
it's a
also
little crisp.
sunny. I have a lot of sunny memories.
But
there.
it'd be like 68, 70 and sunny. Wouldn't get much warmer than that, and then chilly in the morning when you wake up. Because I remember being down there for football games, and we'd bounce bar to bar, and there would be a game on in the background. You'd be like, "Oh, cool, my team's losing right now." So I remember always doing those in the fall, and it was a great trip, dude. Fall in Central Oregon is solid. I got no beef with that.
Yeah,
it's just
so
the
late
end of summer,
early fall, and then early summer, and then there's like a month and a half.
Yeah.
Nope.
Snip it off the list. Not going to happen.
Which sucks because I love that area.
I do too, man. I do too.
More fond of Bend than Sun River, but I love the area.
I mean, I get it, dude. If you want to play golf, there's a lot of stuff to do. If you're into outdoor stuff, you're doing paddle boarding, you can do whatever you want, man. A lot of activities out there.
Fishing, a lot of fishing.
A lot of fishing out there.
Yeah.
Stand up supping. You would go supping?
I'm not a big
sup,
supper,
bro.
I'm not a supper.
You don't want to go sup?
I'm not a big stand-up paddleboard guy.
We own sups. Probably used them 4 times.
Yeah, I remember when you bought those.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
We bought that as a wedding present for ourselves with our wedding cash. We went and got stand-up paddleboards.
How much did those cost?
I don't remember. Definitely have not utilized them to the point where they've paid off.
Now, is there a spot? Because you're in. Is there a spot nearby?
I mean, technically, yeah, but
the Willamette that.
The idea of supping in the Willamette.
Well, he's not very far from going down near Oaks Park and stuff.
Yeah,
it's super close. I've never supped in the Willamette though before. I've not. We've supped in Lake Oswego.
Any reason?
We've supped in the Mount Hood area.
There's a current in Willamette, and if you're trying to go upstream, you got to work.
I like a lazier body of water to sup. I like a calmer body of water. I don't want to be moved on.
Downstream's a lot of fun. You can get it moving, and then you got to turn around and go back.
And then you got to find your way home.
That's a workout.
And I don't want to do that. I don't want to be homeward bound that way. The best one we ever did was we did Trillium Lake one time for an anniversary, and that
Trillium Lake's
it was
for stand-up
perfect. The
paddleboarding.
water's not moving. There's mountains in the background.
It's tiny.
It's gorgeous weather. That was easily the best supping experience we've had.
We had our friends Ben and Jen in from Sparta a couple weeks back, and they're always asking me because they're from Idaho, but now they're moving here, and they were asking me about go places to go check out and whatnot. You ever feel like you overwhelm people with information? I'm almost nervous now to even tell anybody, to recommend much. Like I want to say like one or two things, and then your brain gets moving. You start thinking about. Wait, that one.
What about
and then
that?
this one? And then now you're like at 4 or 5, and you're like, this is too much information for somebody to process.
They're only going to do one or two of these things. Now you've thrown a high volume at them.
Maybe.
It's like when your wife starts talking about stuff around the house, and you're like, that was a 10-minute rant about 17 different things, and I only got one or two of them retained. That was a lot of information. we got to separate this stuff piece by piece here. Give me 1 to 2 bullet points at a time.
Yeah.
My little bird brain can't handle all this at once.
And that's how I feel every time I give them advice. I'm like, you got to go this place, that
there's
place,
a restaurant.
this place.
This is a great place to go. You got to go check out these flowers. Go on this hike. Go check out this river. Go check out this.
That was happening to me. So I'm going to San Diego early-ish August, be more the midpoint.
Yeah.
And I had reached out to Rob because he's got familiarity with San Diego.
He's down there frequently.
He's the only one I know that goes to San Diego that often.
Yes.
So I texted him some stuff, and we were talking, and it was kind of one of those situations. He was giving me such great advice.
Thank you for all the feedback.
And I was trying to process, and then I'm like, crap. What did he say at the beginning of that?
You've already forgotten the information.
And I remembered a lot of it, but like there were a couple things he said, and I was like, "Oh, that's a good thing."
What did that one thing you wanted me to go do?
Good thing he said. So I more tried to memorize like landmarks and specific spots of the city.
Now you need a circle back meeting with him on we need a follow-up conversation on our San Diego trip.
Yeah.
About can we go back to point 1 and 2 of that and just re-hit on those for a brief moment, and then I'll be ready to go to San Diego.
Well, he texted me, I think it was Sunday. He texted me and said, what hotels did you pick? Because what we're doing is we're not doing a B&B. We don't want to be hubbed in one spot.
You want to bounce around a little bit.
Yeah, the wife had a good idea of like, we'll just hotel hop every day.
Oh, okay.
So we get to experience different hotels. You get to go to different parts of San Diego.
And it's a short trip, so you don't need to pack that big of a suitcase. So carrying stuff's not that big of a deal.
Well, your clothes, I mean, you shouldn't need a lot of clothes.
No.
It's going to be 79, 82 degrees down
Shorts,
there.
a T-shirt, and flip-flops. Maybe a pair of tennis shoes. That's about all you need.
But he had told me a specific area, and so I was looking up hotels, and we were going over it, and he asked me, like, hey, which ones did you end up booking? And I was like, I'm lazy. We haven't.
We haven't done it yet.
So, like, we were supposed to do it yesterday. We didn't do it. Wife's like, what if we do it this weekend? And I'm like, okay. All right, let's wait another week, whatever.
We'll get to it. Don't worry about it.
Eventually, we'll get to it.
San Diego hotels aren't going to sell out on a random weekday in August. I think you'll be okay.
I think we'll be all right.
Fingers crossed.
You know, we want to do the zoo, and then, like, Mission Bay is supposed to be really good for kids because they got all these little things, and it's beautiful over there. The water is a little more controlled because it's in the bay.
Are we going to go see a baseball game while we're there?
Well, so, okay, I have a funny story on this, and I don't want to share names.
Ooh, no name names.
So we have a coworker that works between us and in San Diego. We got a sister hub in San Diego.
Yes.
And one of our former coworkers is running the San Diego area. She's a delightful person. Well, there's another coworker that flies back and forth. He's mainly hubbed in San Diego, but he'll come up here every, like, once a month.
Yeah.
Or 2 months, whatever it is. And we had a meeting with this individual a couple months ago for something that they were flirting with the idea of us doing something involving another entity in the building. So we had this big meeting after the show one day, and we're going through it, and I told him I was going to San Diego. I said, hey, I got a San Diego trip in August. And he lives there, right? So what do people do when they live somewhere and you say you're coming to visit?
No.
Oh! And he tells me, and this is like a direct quote, verbatim. Oh, you want to go to a Padres game? Yeah, do we have tickets? Oh, we got tickets and we have a suite. And I said, we have suite access? And he goes, yeah. If you go to a non-Dodger game, not a problem at all. And I said, awesome. The game I'm going to, the Milwaukee Brewers are in town.
Yeah, Milwaukee, good team, but not as big of a ticket draw as the LA Dodgers.
The Dodgers are in town. The Dodger fans take it
Dodger
over.
fans,
the entire
And the
stadium.
Padre fans show up because now it's personal, right?
Right.
So I tell him it's the Brewers. Okay. Circle back. Hey, circling back, want to see about that suite for the Tuesday night game of Padres Brewers. Tuesday night. Not
Tuesday
Saturday,
night.
not Friday, not Sunday.
Not a hot commodity night of the week.
A Tuesday. Goes, yeah, let me ask somebody and I'll circle back. 3 weeks go by.
Ooh, not a word, huh? He put you on red.
I reach back out.
Hey. You had to do the follow-up.
I hate doing the follow-up.
The follow-up sucks.
Hey, just checking in, because my wife was like, did you get those tickets? And I was like, well.
Let me tell you.
And I reach back out. He responds, yeah, I don't know about the suite anymore.
Oh, down
And
from
I
suite. Okay.
Really?
Somebody grab the
The
suite.
Tuesday night game of the Brewers?
Okay.
Is Mizrachi pitching? That's the only thing I can think of.
Dude, come on.
Who knows? That's
Really?
in,
You
I
think
mean,
people going to the baseball game know who Mizrachi is?
I mean, I think they do probably know
Down
who
there
he
they
is,
do. Yeah,
but
I think
don't
so.
know.
I think what you guys are doing is I think you're overinflating the 300 section people to the suite people.
Yeah.
I don't think the suite people follow baseball like you do.
No, they're for a night out.
They're there for a night.
It's a
out.
corporate night,
It's
a
no
company
different
ticket.
than the NBA,
It's
you
like,
know?
hey, let's go to the Blazer game tonight. Okay.
Wait, Grayson Allen plays on this team?
Who's in
I
town?
had no clue.
What?
So I say, no worries. What about just standard tickets? Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. 2 weeks ago. Haven't heard a word.
We're not going to follow up on
Now,
that.
what do
Follow
I
up on
do
that
here?
follow up yet?
I could go around him and email the general manager that we worked with and say, hey, yo.
Probably the move now at this point.
But I don't want to, like, make him feel like I'm going
around. Yeah, you're circumventing his authority to go get tickets to the game.
I'm 13 days away from being in San Diego, and that game is the day we fly in, and it's the first night we fly into San Diego. The next day, we drive to Anaheim.
Yeah.
Might go to an Angels game that night.
That'd be fun.
Disneyland the next day. Drive back to San Diego for 4 nights after that.
Angels tickets should be a lot easier.
They're
to grab.
$20, and every ticket's available.
Plenty of
Where
good
would
seats
you like to
available.
sit tonight?
Me?
Maybe we're in the
Again,
front row.
unless the Dodgers are there, because all the Dodger fans.
They're
show
playing
up.
like the A's or the Astros or
Oh, there you
something.
go.
I was
Nobody's
like,
going to be there.
I was like, we're going to that game.
Yeah, go see Mike Trout. That'll be fun.
So I don't know. I'm stuck in this weird spot of what to do. I'm not emailing him again about this.
No, you've sent enough emails.
Well, do we need to put show pressure on him?
No. What does that mean?
How do we
We can, I mean,
What?
just make fun of him or
Use
something
our
like that.
authority.
I go, hey, heard you're
Heard you flaking on
Well,
tickets here, huh?
But okay, so help me with this because
my vote would be to go above. I would go big fish, big game hunting for the tickets.
okay.
I think you go to the top level and you say, look, I appreciate we've had this great back and forth. The tickets were said to maybe be available. We're looking to go, but I haven't heard back yet, and so I was hoping to confirm that there are tickets available for that Tuesday.
I'm not blaming him. It just when you start the conversation with how easy it would be to be in the suite for a Tuesday game not involving the Dodgers, and now it's morphed into I don't even know if I'm going to get you tickets.
Right. I don't even know if there's any available.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Sounds like me when I see old friends and I'm like, we should go get a beer sometimes. It's like one of those things you just say to be nice, but you don't have any intention of following up on it.
What are we doing?
It's one of those like, hey, let me get you tickets. I'll do it. But you don't actually have the intention of following through on it. Did he not think you were going to follow up on this?
I told him I was going to.
Right. You were going to be there. I don't quite understand.
The other problem I have with your analogy is this is not like you saying that at the end of a conversation. This is like your friend saying, God, I really want to go to a bar and have a good cold beer. It's been a while. And you say, I know the perfect bar. We're going to go when you're available. And then he says, I'm available. And you don't respond.
And you don't get back
That's
to him.
more what this situation is like.
Oh, that's right. I can't make it tonight. Sorry. I got stuff to do and
So
things happening.
you guys both vote I should go around.
Yes.
Yeah, at this point, it is. Yeah, you need to figure. You want to go to the game.
I also heard Luke got to go to the suite when he went down, and he wore the other team's gear to it.
Might be the reason you're not allowed in the suite.
I'm not Luke.
We could be banned as a building. I don't know.
Portland got
Odyssey.
banned
I think
because of
Luke
the
Anderson
Anderson.
might have gotten Odyssey Portland banned from the suite. In
I
San
just
Diego.
I would
There's
rather
some
you
stories about that guy down in San Diego.
I'd rather you just be honest about it. Now maybe
Yeah.
they did sell because I think they they find ways to dole out tickets to
Right.
people. I'd rather you just be straight up honest. We don't want to give you the suite. I'd rather hear that
You don't
than
think
the
you're suite-worthy?
runaround of like how easily accessible it is, and then when I ask about it, it suddenly is mysteriously gone.
I think you're suite worthy.
I mean, that's fine if I'm not. I just want to be in the building.
Just want to be at the ballpark.
Padres Stadium looks awesome. They own my baseball team there.
Yeah, Petco Park.
It looks like a beautiful thing. I want to give the show feedback on a district and what
Yes.
that's like because God forbid we ever get there.
Cross another one off the baseball stadium list.
And yeah, I get to cross
Never
off
been
that
to Petco
and
before.
Anaheim.
Yeah, that'd be two. I've never been to either of those before.
It'd be 2 in 1 trip.
Look at that. Double whammy.
I would have hit every stadium on the West Coast.
At that point, you seen them all? Yeah.
Well, actually, no, that's not true. Well, I've been to where the A's are playing currently, but I've never been to an A's game
Okay.
in Oakland.
I've never been to the Coliseum.
But I'd have the Giants, the Dodgers, Padres, Angels, Mariners.
Yeah, that's the
Check
West Coast. That counts.
Yeah.
Every single one?
And I don't want to go to an A's game.
No.
Not unless they're
Well,
at the Angels.
No. Sacramento also doesn't count.
Yeah.
'Cause
I've
it's-
been by the stadium.
It's not their permanent home, you know?
All right, so you guys are voting go around?
I vote
Final
go
vote?
around. I think you go to the top shelf.
All right. We'll see what we do. I'll give you guys posted on that if we get the tickets. Loaded show today. A lot to discuss. Let's follow up with a weird story from yesterday and kind of the fallout of everything involved in it. We'll get to that next. Dirt and Sprague 105.1 The Fan.
First on the Fan, Big Ten Football Media Days get underway this morning in Chicago. Ohio State picked to win the conference in the preseason media poll. The Oregon Ducks selected second, followed by Indiana, USC, Michigan, and Penn State. Coverage begins at 8:30 a.m. on the Big Ten Network. Flurry of roster activity around the NFL training camps opening up. Vikings have signed former Seahawks and Jet safety Jamal Adams, who spent last season with the Raiders. Buccaneers defensive tackle Vita Vea reportedly requesting to be traded. He's in the final year of his current contract without any guaranteed money. Portland Fire resume their schedule tonight in Las Vegas. They take on the Aces at 7 p.m. Portland starts the second half of the season, 3.5 games out of the final playoff spot with 17 games to play. Pre-game coverage on 910 ESPN Portland at 6:45. Vegas 11.5-point favorites. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. 627, Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. We got the Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague we'll get to today. Training camps for all 32 NFL teams officially open.
Blue 85.
Got that going for us.
Here we come. Here we come.
It's a man's
It's
game
a man's
now.
game now.
Man's
Let's go,
game
baby.
now.
It is time. It is here.
We will get to some college football. We got Big Ten Media Day ahead of us. We've got the teams today. I wrote these down. We've got Illinois, Iowa, Penn State, Rutgers, SC,
USC.
and Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think there's two in there that I'm like, okay, yeah. I'm in on
Rutgers
that.
is one.
You're-
You mean that you're in on?
that I'm interested in hearing from. That I'm like, here, those are good storylines.
Penn State, SC.
Yeah.
Really?
Outside of that,
Not interested in Iowa?
I mean, I think Iowa's going to be better than their preseason pick. But is there anything interesting about Kirk Ferentz? I don't know if he's the most interesting man in the
Kirk,
world.
will you punt more this year than you did last year? Yes or no?
Will we run the ball 90% of the
Maybe.
times and punt a lot and be really good defensively? Yes. The answer is yes. I will see you on Labor Day weekend.
And the Blazers are back in the storylines for not wanting to be in a meeting and then saying, fine, we'll be at the meeting.
Snip, snap, snip, snap.
There's also a really good piece on Tom Dundon's approach from the NHL to the NBA by Chris Mannix at SI. So we'll get into all that today. It's also a Mail Sack Tuesday.
Yes, it is.
So the Sparta TRT Mail Sack at 503-864-6326. If you're new to the show, good morning. The Mail Sack is pretty straightforward. Any and all questions are welcome at the Mail Sack.
Mail Sack.
And we will read as many of them as we are allotted with time, and we will get to that in the final hour.
Did I see we have a guest?
What?
Do we have a guest?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't believe you've mentioned that yet.
Booth tension is just off the charts today. Fantastic stuff.
I hadn't finished talking yet.
It's still going. We're still going. He's
Thought
still
you were
standing.
wrapping up and diving into whatever you were getting into.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to be in your ear during the update, and I'm going to say, when are you reading this story?
Hey, read that story.
And it's going to bother you.
Did the Mariners win last night?
Give me the update on the Mets smoking my brain.
No, you guys lost to the Mets last night?
14-3.
14-3.
They whooped our
Woo,
ass. Frankie
buddy.
Lindor went yard twice.
Are Mets fans back now on Frankie Lindor? Are they in on Lindor?
I don't think they want to trade him.
They don't want to trade him now? Got to
Not
hold on
after
to him.
that.
Got to hold on to Lindor.
Yeah, that just threw me for a loop.
Hey, do you know we have a guest today?
I heard that. There's
Are
a
you
rumor on
aware
the
of that?
street with,
I woke up to a text this morning that we have a guest on the show today.
Yeah, I texted last night, but I was afraid you were asleep because I didn't get a response till late. George Reister, former Oregon Duck and obviously college football
Look at that.
media pundit, gives his takes. Also going to be on the CW coverage this year. He is going to join us at 8:04, so we'll dive fully into college football.
It is Big Ten Media Day. We're closer and closer. A week from Thursday is the first preseason game.
Wait. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, right. The Hall of Fame
A week
game.
from Thursday.
It's
is
the day you leave, isn't it?
It is the day I leave. I will not be here for I will miss the Hall of Fame game breakdown, but don't worry. I will watch it Maybe in Sun River, maybe not. I will holster my Hall of Fame game takes.
Yeah.
Save them for the first show back.
Okay. All right. There you go.
I'll hold them in a little baggie.
Hall of Fame game also pretty rapidly approaching.
Yes, it is.
The thing I wanted to get to here quickly, and then I want to kind of peekaboo in some college football, and then we'll get to Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. Did you find the Kyle Shanahan crash stuff just wildly weird feeling?
Yes.
It's like one thing to say he's involved in an accident, he's at the facility, he was reportedly standing on the sidelines from a distance with glasses on, but then the report comes out that some media members knew about it but were asked to not talk about it by the team, and then it came out, but then we're wondering whose fault is this? Is something else involved?
Right, are drugs and alcohol involved?
Then
is
the report
there more
comes
to the story?
out, no, that a 21-year-old gal she took the wrong turn on the wrong way and collided, and it's a weird story, not in the sense of a coach got in a car accident, but the way that it's being talked about and reported on. It's an odd story.
It makes it feel like, and I mentioned this on the show yesterday, when you have the kind of the curtains pulled up with the revealing of this thing, it makes people's minds go to a place of what? You go to a place of conspiracy.
Think bad,
why
right?
would you not just tell us that there was a car accident? He's going to be okay. Scary, but he's going to be okay. And that's kind of all there is to it. There was no foul play. There was no drugs and alcohol related. He got into an accident. He's going to be out for a while because he suffered a concussion and some cuts, and then he's going to be back. And if you just tell us that initially when the accident happened, I don't think it's the cover-up of it and not wanting it talked about for a while, and then the idea of we're not going to release who is at fault, but then they end up releasing who was kind of at fault. I also saw a thing that said he was holding his phone, but he was not looking at it, and it wasn't his fault.
He's legally not going to be at fault for the accident.
No, and this is, again, why would you say nobody was at fault or we're not revealing who is at fault, and then literally the next day she swerved out of her lane and hit him? Why didn't you just release that information when you had the opportunity to?
I don't know.
All of that is very strange. The idea of people not talking about it. It would have been one thing had it been an accident where there was something serious involved in terms of the injury to him, some sort of legal problems that might be on the horizon for him, and you called the media and were like, hey, can we keep a lid on this until we get our hands around this story? That, at least in my head, I don't approve of that, but at least in my head it makes more sense. If it's just a simple accident and somebody swerving out of their lane and everything is ultimately going to be okay and everybody's all right, what are we covering up? Why is there the delay in telling the media about this?
Yeah, here was Chris Sims yesterday. His best friend is Kyle Shanahan. Quite literally has a tattoo of Kyle Shanahan.
He has a tattoo of Kyle Shanahan.
Him and Shanahan, I think they have matching tattoos, or he has a tattoo of Kyle.
Like Kyle's face? His signature? If I had to get a tattoo of you, would I get your face? Would I get your initials?
You want BS on your body?
BJS.
BJ's?
Yeah.
Let's see. Chris Sims, because I heard this a couple years ago, and I was like, what?
I mean, I knew that they were friends, but I didn't know that's a whole different level
they have
of friendship.
matching tattoos.
Matching tattoos?
Initials on the ankle.
Like each other's initials?
Yeah.
I got some good buddies in life.
They've known each other a long time, but yeah, to your point, what you're about to say,
I don't
not getting their initials tattooed on
your
ankle.
I don't think I'm getting a buddy's initials tattooed on my ankle.
That's a pretty big step.
On my ankle.
Yeah.
Just kind of out on ankle tattoos too.
It'd be very odd to get your initials on my body.
Everybody is sharing their pedicure takes today after John Summerall, and people are yelling about getting pedicures and can your coach get a pedicure?
A lot of defense. I did enjoy the one person that said, I want my coach chewing his nails off with his mouth.
Thank you. I do too.
That was a hilarious response.
That is how you have grit when it comes to coaching, and I agree 100%. That's
Here we go,
you
man.
think Ed Orgeron's getting pedicures? I don't think so.
Actually, yeah, I think Ed Orgeron does dabble in the fancy.
Can I? I'll give you a take that's similar to that with the pedicures.
Yeah.
I don't. I maybe now this is why Kyle Shanahan hasn't won a Super Bowl. Is he has an ankle tattoo. This is what's holding him back. I think we need to get it removed.
Really?
I think so.
That's the take.
I think that's the take.
All right. Well, here's
shoulder, arm, bicep. A lot of places you can go.
No, here's the thing.
Why do we go ankle?
You would morph your opinion because I don't think it matters where it's at. I think you're just shocked.
I mean,
that
it
have
definitely
initials
is.
of each other.
It definitely is shocking.
He has a CS on his body on his ankle. The other guy has a KS.
What do you tell people it is if you don't want them to know you got a tattoo of your friend's initials? What else can CS stand for? C.S. Lewis, the famous author. Big fan of the book.
I think
big Narnia fan.
If you're putting the initials of your friend on your body as a tattoo, I think legitimately you're never ashamed to talk about it.
You're loud and you're proud about it?
Yeah. Why would you get?
Why
the
wouldn't you
tattoo?
get the full name then? If you're so proud about it, why don't you get his full name?
Takes up more space.
Why don't you get his face on your butt while you're at it?
Well, no. Okay, all right. I don't know where this is going. Chris Sims on Kyle Shanahan.
I get a text from Kyle's wife, Mandy. She texts myself and my wife, and it's like, oh no, Kyle's been a part of some horrible accident, and she sent us some pictures right off the bat. And it was like, oh my gosh! Like, so just to let you know, paint the picture. You've seen the injury report: the broken ribs, 40 stitches in the face, the broken nose, broken left hand, of course the bad concussion. But when you first see it and it's fresh, and some of the cuts are still wide open, I mean, it's jarring. It's jarring. He was this close to maybe losing his right eye, right? The scar is so big right here. And so all that stuff was just crazy to see. And of course I'm, thinking of my friend, but yeah, it's tough. And he's still battling with this concussion. And
so he's got a concussion. He's got glasses on because his eyes are black. He reportedly, according to Chris Sims there, almost lost his right eye. Like,
big cuts on his face.
It's a big enough story to just say an NFL head coach was in an accident. It's another one to make it be as weird sounding as they have. And so, as more information comes out, he's good. McVay talked about how he reached out. He loves him. They're like really good friends. They always have been. It's a pretty wild thing because it sounds like I haven't seen photos. Have you seen photos yet?
I have not seen the photos.
The photos, Chris Sims makes it sound like the photos will make you think somebody died.
Yes. There's some massive cuts. He almost lost an eyeball. That sounds very serious.
He's got concussion. He's got stitches all over his face, massive gashes, and not to mention, he's pretty shook up, they said, about just going through the experience of it.
Somebody said you could tell people you're a Costco shopper.
CS.
What's the CS stand for?
Well, what's Chris Sims' excuse for KS?
I know. We got to come. Kirkland shopper? Maybe it could go each way. I'm a big Kirkland guy. You're a Costco guy? Look at us. We're shopping at Kirkland at Costco.
Who would you get if you had to pick one friend to get their initials tattooed on your body?
God, that's a great question. That is a great.
Don't worry about your group chat.
I'm also good.
Who's the friend?
I also, if I was at that level, maybe you're right that I wouldn't have any shame and I would tell people. There would also be a little bit of I got a buddy's initials tattooed on my leg, and I don't know if I want to tell everybody about that.
But I don't think you're the kind of person that you laugh at that idea.
There's
people
laugh at
that
idea.
don't, and they're like, "That's my best friend.
That's my homie, dude."
And then what are you gonna laugh at them for saying that's their best friend?
Yeah, probably. If it's on your ankle, probably. I think I'd go my buddy Big Dave because his initials are DR. Now I just got doctor tattooed on my leg. What's that for? That could be for literally anything. I'm a big fan of the Dominican Republic.
Yeah,
it is gorgeous this time of year down there, man.
Yeah,
I go flop around in the ocean.
I can't fathom initialing any of my friends'
no, I would never
letters
do that.
on my body.
I would never do that.
And I got some ridiculous tattoos, and I'll have more ridiculous tattoos, but the initials of a friend, unless they tragically passed away.
Yes, that's
I could
totally
see an
different.
instance there.
That is 100% different. To pay homage to a deceased friend, drastically different than being let's go, we're in the sisterhood of the traveling pants. Let's go get matching tattoos here.
The sister. Did you watch that after the Gilmore Girls?
I did, actually. Yeah, no, I didn't. But it is a good movie.
Have you seen it?
I have, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen it. Don't they share pants? Isn't that what it's about?
She's sharing pants, man. You want to share pants with me? You want to wear my pants?
Not in any way. Not remotely. Sorry about that. All right, well, Kyle Shanahan involved in a scary accident. It's been weirdly reported, but now I think we've concluded he hasn't won a Super Bowl because he has Chris Sims' initials tattooed on his ankle.
I feel pretty firm on that take.
Interview him.
Pretty firm on that take.
I might bring that up, and I don't think that sits well because he seems like a very serious guy unless he knows you.
He is not a jokey guy. And I don't know if I've ever seen him smile, let alone laugh.
No.
He's got that, can we just lighten up a little bit, Kyle?
He has that, but he's also the most fascinating person I think I'd want to interview.
Yes, he is a brilliant offensive mind. There's no doubt.
But he's been back at practice. What's that going to mean for the Niners? I don't know, man. Does it impact the season? Maybe.
I also saw the coach who they're having as their interim guy or their guy running the show right now. There was a picture of him snorting cocaine in an NFL office 10 years ago. Unless I got butt cracked, but it looked really real.
I'm going to assume you got butt cracked.
It was one of those takes of have we all just moved on from this? And everybody's like, yeah, grow up. It's the NFL. Nobody cares.
They work 16-hour days. You think they're just doing that on 4 cups of coffee?
No, probably not. You need a little powder to keep you going.
Big Ten Media Day is here. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague around the corner. We're back with more on The Fan. Reister's going to be on the show today, 8:04 a.m. Have you guys heard?
Talk some football. Big
Bird's
Ten
the
Media
word.
Days.
George Reister, former Oregon Duck, media member, Big Ten Media Day, kicks off. We'll get to Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. Might have some good news in the cafe for you. And it might be local.
Ooh.
Well, local in nature.
Local-ish good news.
Local-ish, yeah.
Okay, that's exciting. We have not had a lot of good news locally lately. Yesterday,
Well-
although, ended up being a pretty good news day.
I would say it ended on a good note.
It did not feel like it at times. A little rocky, but by the end of the night, head on the pillow, feeling good.
It's also a Tuesday, so
Mail.
That it is.
sack.
503-864-6326. The mail sack fills up rather early and quick.
It's filling up fast.
Yeah,
Every
so,
break
yeah,
is me
yeah.
copy and pasting
Yep.
questions. They're coming in hot and heavy.
They're the best.
Yes.
I mean, this is why we love doing what we do. So get those in. We get to that in the final hour of the radio program. And we'll talk college football with George Reister. Before we get to Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague in the second hour of the radio program, Big Ten Media Day kicks off today.
Yes, it does, Bob.
I saw our good friend T-Bone. She's going down to Big Ten Media Day.
T-Bone, going to be a Big Ten Media Day,
Yeah.
huh?
We are aiming to get Jake Butt.
Yeah, the butt man himself.
Adam Rittenberg is booked for Friday, so we'll have all of the extravaganzas have happened by that point, and we'll get his thoughts on everything he experienced in his hometown of Chicago.
Yes, nice when it comes to your backyard, isn't it? You're living in Chicago, you're like, hey, I don't need to travel. This is fantastic.
Well, of all the ones to go to, I think next year, where's next year's?
I don't think they've announced it yet.
Okay, yeah,
I don't
Chicago's
believe so.
a great destination to go
If
to.
you're not going to move it to Vegas, keep it in Chicago.
I don't want to go to Vegas.
I mean, I'm with you there.
I'm over the Vegas thing. Like,
I get
everything
it.
has to be in Vegas now. It's just like, well, I don't want to lose $1,000 in gambling, and I don't want to pay $1,000 to go to every show.
You
So
don't
what
have-
do I do?
You don't have to lose $1,000.
Pay
in gambling.
$800 to go golf? Like, what do you do in Vegas? Vegas used to be an affordable visit, and
It
now
used to
it's
be.
just like
Have they not dropped prices at all? I thought
Oh,
nobody's going to
no.
Vegas. I thought Vegas was dead.
I think
Didn't
Vegas
Vegas has
I
died.
think Vegas was like, you're a broke little bitch. You don't come to this city anymore. And I'm like, you got it.
You've been priced out of coming to Las Vegas.
But Big Ten Media Day, the teams I told you, Illinois, Iowa, Penn State, Rutgers, SC, Wisconsin. Tell me the order those 6 teams will finish in.
Ooh, Bob, that's a great question.
Not in the total conference, just
I love
between
that.
the 6 of them. Give me 1 through 6.
Okay, in the conference, I'm going to go Penn State 1.
So you think of those 6, Penn State's going to have the best season.
I do.
Do you have a
because
buddy that works for Penn State?
I do.
Do you like Lincoln Riley?
I don't.
All right. We've established no
Although,
bias. Yeah.
dare I say,
Dare you
do
say.
we forget what their athletic director said about little old Eugene, Oregon this offseason? Do you remember the leaked audio of him taking a steaming dump on Eugene, Oregon?
The Penn State guy?
when they
Yeah, I
fired
remember
James
that.
Franklin?
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of an axe to grind there, too. All right?
You don't care about the 80.
No, I don't really care about Pat Kraft. I would say, yeah, Penn State won just because they are bringing in a lot of the age of the roster I like. They're bringing in an experienced starting quarterback. I'm worried about getting a little over my skis year one, but their schedule is so manageable. They, by the way, talk about the other team that's in this conversation is USC. Guess what's likely going to be their whiteout game this year? Now, they haven't announced it yet, but all eyes are on the USC game in Penn State being their whiteout game. And so that's it. We know Lincoln Riley doesn't have the greatest track record on the road winning big-time games, let alone at home. So that's the reason I would go Penn State is they host USC and the schedule is easier. USC has a first 3 or 4 weeks that are relatively easy. After that, it's a meat grinder. They have one of the harder schedules in the country. I would go USC 2. I'll go Iowa 3 because Iowa's just Iowa, and they're going to be 8-4, and I know they're going to be 8-4 this year. And then who else was up? Who are the rest of the teams? So I got Wisconsin in there.
Yep. You got Iowa, Illinois, Rutgers.
I'll go Illinois, Wisconsin, Rutgers, bottom 3.
Yeah.
In that order.
Do they fire Schiano, or do they not
don't
care
think
enough
so.
to? Yeah.
What are the expectations at Rutgers? Are you going to get somebody that's going to do a better job than that?
I really hate to say this because I look, my program got booted, right? We got ditched and left.
You did. You got relegated.
So I hate saying such negative things out loud.
that Rutgers should get relegated. They've never done anything relevant in the sport
I-
outside of 2 years with Greg Schiano 20 years ago.
I'd actually argue Rutgers maybe shouldn't do football.
Can I give you
I
a
think
take?
more universities need to be honest about things and say if our expectations are best 7 wins, maybe we shouldn't be doing this.
I almost yelled
Because
at clouds.
it cannot be profitable.
Well, I think the Big Ten media deal makes it profitable for them, and they have a
After
full
you pay
share.
for everything, you think Rutgers is swimming in I mean, maybe Rutgers has a bigger donation base than I know, and it's Indiana, and I never knew that. But
they nabbed a couple of big-time basketball recruits 2 years ago. Didn't mean anything, but,
they did.
you know.
That's what I'm saying is, like, are you better dumping the but then again, I don't think your share in the Big Ten probably goes significantly down if you ditch football. So I don't know. The expectations of Rutgers, probably a 7-win season is a good year.
That's a good year. If you go to a bowl game, you're like, thank you, man. That was awesome. They did have a tweet yesterday that made me livid, and it involved Rutgers. They sent out a thing.
Rutgers tweeted?
No, Rutgers didn't, but they're involved in the tweet, and it made me hate them. And they, on 3, sent out a tweet that everybody capitalized to make fun of my program. Rightfully so. It's an alley-oop. You got to lay down the dunk. I totally understand that. It was a graphic of the last time every Big Ten team won a national championship. There are 4 who have never won one. My program obviously won. Rutgers is listed in the national championship category. Do you know what year they claim a national title?
1922.
Let's rewind a little bit further.
1878.
Let's rewind a little bit further. Rutgers claims a national championship in 1869. That's not okay. No.
Were we playing football?
No, we were not. That's not a national championship. You're not allowed to list that and act like you have one of them things
Was that
when that
3
was
on 3?
200 years ago, man. That's like the Civil War. What are we doing here? I saw that yesterday. Everybody's
Lincoln
like, look at
was
that.
assassinated 4 years prior.
It's like, what is happening
They
right
got
now?
the post-Lincoln
Illinois'
assassination.
1927 is
Oh,
inexcusable
good
and
God.
ridiculous, and we should kick them out as well for that nonsense. Maryland claiming one in 1953. Don't even get me started, okay? I wanted to yell about those, but I didn't. 1869 is egregious behavior.
Would you
Rutgers.
count it if it was you? If Oregon
You know
said-
I would. We have the tall first title, baby. Get you one of these.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, 1869 is redonkulous.
It's absolutely, it's utterly
Were
ridiculous.
we even a state in 1869? When did Oregon become a state? What year?
Actually, I think it was around that time.
Do you
was
know
it
what
not?
year we became a state, Swigart?
I think we're definitely a territory at that point. I mean,
Yeah, it was
1859. We
Yeah.
were only 10
we were
years
10
old.
years
Yeah.
old as a state. Yeah, I knew
Get
we had a
out of
9 in there.
Get out of here, Rutgers.
Illinois, I don't really have much on. Like Bielema.
Bielema is interesting, but they're not a threat.
Good year 1, and then just a massive disappointing follow-up season with a returning production.
Yes.
Iowa's going to beat Iowa. Rutgers will Rutger. And Wisconsin, I don't have much faith in. The SC Penn State thing here, I want to ask you.
Yeah.
Separate USC, because I think we're going to wait for Lincoln Riley audio to trickle out today and then either maybe get to it tomorrow or today.
Their window's open.
Window is open. Now is officially the time to
Now.
care.
Open it now.
Although, according to Danny Meringue,
Not
expectations 9 wins.
open. 9 wins. So the
9.
window's not open.
Not this year.
Let's remember that 9-3 prediction. on
Matt
to that.
Campbell, James Franklin, Kyle Whittingham. Choose your fighter. Who is the best performer at their new venue and who is the disappointment at the new venue?
Ooh.
I have Kyle at the cafe, by the way. He's
got
in
some
he's
Kyle
in the lobby.
Cafe?
He got here early, yeah.
As much as I'm not firmly a believer in them this year, I have enough of a track record and a longer track record to say Kyle Whittingham. I think it's the best.
As the best year of the 3.
Yeah.
I'm pretty...
Oh, just this year or just in general?
year
for
one.
this
Year
year,
one, new
for
venue.
this year, I'll go Matt Campbell then. For this
Okay,
year.
all
But
right.
long-term success, I'll go Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by all 3 of those individuals. I think I got Franklin last.
Yeah.
And I'll say this. Franklin, I like the hire. I don't blame Virginia Tech. You're at the bottom. You need to get back to relevance, and I hope that they do.
Mm-hmm.
The "we've won the offseason" quote is still bothering me. And I wish somebody in his orbit, and he seems like such a good dude.
Yes. Why would you do that to yourself?
He's just too overly honest.
Yes.
And I wish somebody would be like, hey, you're going to go up there, you're going to kill it. Let's not say anything like, we've won the offseason.
We're going to win 10 games.
You won it last year. How'd that
did.
go? You got fired after 5 games.
Yeah, he brought everybody back, and then he lost to Northwestern.
We
at
just
home.
saw Northwestern on our TV yesterday. They were doing a replay, and we're like, I can't believe they lost that game.
That was the third in a row.
The UCLA game was crazy enough. You followed that up with a home loss to Northwestern.
The UCLA game, at least you could argue, was a hangover. Like, they just
Hangover, out
hangover,
west.
tough emotional
Yeah,
loss,
I get
a
it.
long trip. You showed up at home the next week and lost to Northwestern, man.
Totally get it. Loaded second hour. Let's enter Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the college football season officially kicking off for Big Ten schools in Chicago with conference football media days. Today, Ohio State is the media's pick to win the conference. The Ducks second, followed by Indiana, USC, Michigan, and Penn State. Coverage starting 8:30 this morning on the Big Ten Network. Portland Fire resume their schedule tonight. They're in Las Vegas taking on the Aces. Tip scheduled for 7 o'clock. Second half of the season starts for Portland. 3.5 games out of the final playoff spot. They have 17 games remaining. You'll hear this one on 910 ESPN. Portland starting at 6:45. Vegas, 11.5-point favorites. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2, 7 a.m., bright and early. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Mail sack. Get to that in the final hour of the radio program. Mail sack questions are welcome at 503-864-6326. An hour from now, I don't know if you guys have heard, we have a guest.
What? We have one today?
We do.
You booked somebody for the show today?
Now, let me tell you who it is.
Yeah, who do we got?
George Reister.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Former Oregon Duck.
Yes.
Current media member. Going to be on the CW coverage as well.
I did not see that. Good for him.
Yeah, I think he's a studio.
Studio guy?
I think he's a studio guy.
Nice, man. That's awesome.
So good stuff for George Reister. He's going to join us at 8:04 a.m. We will talk about the peekaboo of the Big Ten Media Days and dive into the college football landscape, which is not that far away from camps kicking off and a few weeks out from our first week 0 game. A loaded second hour of the radio program, and we will talk local Trailblazer-based news.
Hey.
Because yesterday we got a report.
Yeah, they're good as gone. It's over. See you later. Kalamazoo Blazers is happening.
We had a lot of people, Aaron Glenn dancing on a blocked field goal, only to lose the game and then not tweet the rest of the day.
That is such a good analogy.
I was going to say a Dion high step, but
it's
Dion
not. It's got to be in a loss. Dion usually only did it in dubs.
Hey, you got that touchdown.
And he was the one scoring the touchdown, so I will allow it. Aaron Glenn was dancing on the sideline, and they went 1-15.
He did like a Dion robot. Like he did like a high step.
See, I told you. They're leaving. Wait, there's 2 follow-ups? I'm not going to respond to those follow-ups because they fly in the face of my narrative.
I would legitimately like to ask certain media members in this market that love to jump on the Blazer leaving train for clicks. I'd love to ask, why did you respond to the beginning that they weren't going to meet and then not respond to anything the rest of the day when it was announced they were going to meet?
Our guy Jason Quick had 3 different reports last night.
He sounded,
all very different reports.
The way he tweeted, it sounded like somebody exhausted.
Like, I put this piece out. I called you. I gave you 2 days to call me back, and you didn't call me back. And now you're calling me back now? What the hell's happening?
By the way, poll question is up from hour 1. We had a lot of fun in the first hour. The poll question is up. Should a college football program be allowed to count a national title from 1869? The Rutgers Scarlet Knights do, evidently.
They do. Yes, I'm aware that they invented college football. Good for them. Titles in 1869 don't count.
Oh, did they invent college
That's the whole
football?
thing about Rutgers, is they invent it's a birthplace of college football, man.
Oh.
I remember that being a thing when they had that random year they reached number 2 in the rankings with Ray Rice, and it was like, look
Just
at that.
because you invent it don't mean you should be crowned the champion.
No. How many teams were playing college football in 1869?
Did they do a playoff in the 1800s?
No, they did not.
Probably not.
No title counts before 1998. We all know that.
Yeah. I mean, also played against all whites. Got this one from our buddy Ryan Clark. Mm-hmm. A story from NJ.com. Rutgers has dug a $500 million hole since joining the Big Ten.
Ooh.
Where did the money go?
How about you being right there?
Yeah.
Just shut it down,
Don't
Rutgers.
have football program.
We don't need you in the
Say
Big
we
Ten.
invented it, and we're exiting now.
Oregon's been in the Big Ten for like 17 seconds, and they have more conference championships than you do, okay? Why don't we just pack it up and go home?
Why don't you get a natty? All right, let's step into the Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague.
That's a great response.
It's a great menu today.
Yeah, what's on the menu?
Special's pretty classic, dude. Meat lover scramble with toast.
I'm in.
Wheat toast.
I am absolutely in.
Yeah, me
Can I
too.
do a side of bacon? Can I add a side of bacon to your special? I just like a little more meat on my meat.
It's a meat lover.
I'm well aware
Yeah.
of that. I like side meat. I like main meat and side meat.
Okay.
Because it's good to have meat mixed in with the
Might have
scramble.
a side of squirrel today.
Oh, yeah, we will.
Eddie's been eating those things, man.
I got to be honest, you dropping in once in a while is throwing me off because it's just like...
We got a weird energy from Swigard
Hey,
today.
we do got a weird energy.
I don't know what's going on
I'm
over
in a
there.
good mood.
I
You're in a good mood.
know. I'm not saying you're in a bad mood. It just,
Although, to give you an idea, I was cutting audio up when I got in. He comes in. He's like, hey. You can tell I'm doing audio, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were listening, and
I
I
was
didn't
listening.
want to start talking over what you were listening
And then
to.
I asked him to pull a couple things for the cafe that I had forgot, but he slowly just starts turning around, and he's walking out, and then the doors close. He goes, okay.
He just gives you a...
I was
you
like,
were focused.
What's going on?
You looked like you were focused. I did not want to interrupt your train of thought.
That's just always my face. I got to be honest with you. That's just always my face. But the cafe is alive and buzzing. Let's start with good news. One for Andy Johnson.
Oh,
High drive to left.
did we win last night?
It will.
Oh, my God.
It is out of here.
We hit a home run in a game?
You did.
And it's 3-0.
Was it Grant
Career
McCrae?
home run
It
number
was.
6.
Hey.
His first hit of the year.
Grant
First hit of the
McCrae.
year.
BC Sports, Bay Area. I'm going to ask you a question.
There's a connection to Grant McCrae in Portland. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
Ron McCrae.
No, his dad ran through.
He was
the,
yeah, that's right. His dad was the one. Remember
Yeah.
the famous guy who
Rodney
ran through
McCrae.
the fence at Civic Stadium
Yeah.
back in the day. That famous highlight. That's
Yeah.
his dad, Rodney.
I'm not going to linger long on this
You
team.
don't need to.
How many wins do they have after beating the Brewers last night? 3-0.
Ooh, I will say, what are we about 110 games into the season? Just shy
I'll tell
of
you
that.
exactly how many games you guys have played.
Okay, how many?
You've played 106.
106. I'll say 43. Close? Am I close?
Shortchanged your team.
Ah,
45.
How dare I doubt them? You know what they
shame
say? Epic comeback starts right now.
Order up.
The pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a changeup. The ball game's over. The Rangers have won it 7-3. They take the series 3-1, and they have clinched the season series over Seattle. They have won 7 out of 10 from the Mariners.
Oh, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Rangers take 3 of 4 from the M's. The M's now 2.5 back in that crap fest of a division.
And I think they're behind the Astros.
They are a half game back of the Stros, 2.5 back of the said Texas
Are you
Rangers who
telling
now
me
won the season series.
my baseball team's only 7 games behind the Mariners? Is that what you're telling me? We're only 7 back?
Only
We might
7
catch
back.
Seattle?
You've given up on the year and you're only 7
We
behind.
only have 7 fewer wins than you?
Yeah.
You suck! Get above 500 and I'll pay attention to you.
Well,
I mean, this is stupid. The winner of the AL West, if you're below 500, should not. Have we ever had a division winner in baseball below 500?
didn't we have this with the Mariners one year in that division?
I think it's close, but I don't know if
think
they were
right
below
there.
500.
No. The teams in Texas is above 500.
Can we pass a constitutional amendment? Sub 500 teams are not allowed in the playoffs.
What are we doing here?
In every sport.
I mean, yeah.
The
I'm not
NBA
mad.
playing, why is the 10 seed here? You're below 500. That's the bare minimum of making the postseason.
A little bit of a lengthy one coming up, but worth it all because, man, wild things happened in a Detroit Tiger game.
Order up.
Well, squirrel. Squirrel, look out, actually. Squirrel's just hopping around Taylor Ward. Somebody please tell the squirrel that Dylan Beavers is out of the game.
Does he know the playing surface?
And down the stretch he comes, the squirrel getting to the finish line, but he doesn't know where it is. He'll stop, he'll look, he'll glance, he'll glare. If you're looking for an illuminated warning track to take you to the exit, it's not happening here tonight. The squirrel is on the move. The door is open.
I'm not coming out.
No, take everyone's life advice. When a door opens, run through it. The standoff is on. I'm not leaving. I'm staying for the stunning conclusion of this game. The squirrel is fleeing the exits. And now there's the bulldog that he has to contend with. Oh boy, now the squirrel's on the field. Now the squirrel is an active participant in the festivities. The squirrel is on the field. The squirrel is on the field. Squirrel is out of the baseline, however. The chase for the squirrel is on, and the squirrel is in the corner, and the squirrel is still eluding an entire horde of grounds crew members. And the squirrel's free once again. Hemmed in? No, I won't be hemmed in. I have freedom on my mind. Trying to go between the legs, and eventually he gets away again and hops through the towel. And hops through another towel. The force field is activated. Towels can't stop him, or maybe they can.
I love the booing of removing a squirrel.
Yeah, come on, let him run around, let him play.
A triple crown possibility.
Jason Benetti, Tigers television there.
Phenomenal.
We had a squirrel live during the game.
Now, have you ever seen a black squirrel before?
I had not.
I had
thought
not,
that was
no.
a weasel when I saw the video at first.
Yeah, it did not look like a squirrel, according to our knowledge and understanding of
I
a
think
squirrel.
that's a weasel.
You think it's a weasel?
No, that was a black squirrel.
No, that's not real.
You think they could exist?
Weasels are much longer.
That was a pretty long, lengthy.
But they don't have, I don't think
Look like a ferret.
Yeah, that's not a squirrel.
Ferret vibe to it.
You've never seen a black squirrel.
I've never seen a black squirrel.
They're not real. Have you seen any other colored squirrel that's not brown?
Brown or gray?
I've seen gray.
Yeah, gray and brown. That's it.
Black squirrels do exist.
No, there's no way.
There you go.
But they are not a separate species. By the way, no team below 500 outside of a shortened season has ever made the playoffs.
There you go.
Order up.
I like the idea of trading Tarek Skubal, and yes, that sounds madness, because he's won the Cy Young 2 years in a row. But here's the thing that gets a little lost: the Detroit Tigers have a really good rotation. They have a very good rotation, and of course they're better with him. But at the same time, what can you get back for Tarek Skubal? Everything under the sun. You can get prospects. You can get a pitcher now who could help you. So you add the guys like Casey Mize. You got Montero in there. All of a sudden, you have a lot of pieces and then more depth, because Skubal will garner a lot more pitching. You'll get some more arms. So, we'll see how they play it out, because these games right up until the trade deadline are going to dictate whether they're trying to win a division or not, and that's going to make a difference in their decision-making. But Skubal can really give you a lot of assets back, whether you keep them or you don't.
There's Doug Glanville, ESPN, saying, I would trade Tarek Skubal, who's 7-5 with a 2.7 ERA.
I mean, to his point, they are, I believe, 4th in the league in runs allowed this season, 2nd in the American League. The Yankees, I believe, are the only American League team better than them. You got the Brewers and their dynamite pitching staff. In the great year that they're having, they're slightly ahead of them. The Dodgers, obviously, at this point in the year.
Why are teams so quick to want to, abandon ship?
Well, here would be my sense on it. I would have signed Tarek Skubal to an extension 2 or 3 years ago.
Sure.
I would not have let this thing run out.
They fought him in arbitration.
Exactly. And now you're to the point where even if you put an offer in front of him that is fair this offseason, does he want to play for your organization anymore?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what he wants. But I put myself in his shoes and I think, now you want me to re-sign? They fought him in arbitration and then went out and signed one of the most expensive pitchers on the open market in free agency after arguing Skubal, who is a better pitcher, did not deserve
$30 million
that amount of money. I don't know how you recover from that. And so I see the point from Glanville. I don't think he's going to re-sign there. Again, I don't know what his desires are ultimately when he is able to hit free agency. But you're going to get a haul for him. You're 50-57. The division is open, but you have not been good this year. I wouldn't be opposed to it if I were a Tiger.
Order up.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think, plan is to be back in 11-on-11 full team drills tomorrow or Wednesday when we start up practice. So be out there with the guys, excited to get back rolling, but feeling good and rehab's been good to this point. Still some work to do as we get ready for week 1, but feeling really good with where I am.
You're in 11-on-11 on Wednesday, so we're talking day 1 of training camp. We are full go. We're doing the entire, we're all over everything, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Did he have what happened there?
I think he was trying to do
Tourette's. I don't know what that is. That's Daniel Jones of the Pat McAfee Show.
Danny Dimes.
Red 85. It's pretty crazy, dude. we've been here with the ACL. It feels like we're here with the Achilles of like, this is no longer a year and a half thing for most male athletes.
No.
Is
there a difference for you between football and basketball, guys? I feel like in basketball there is a push to be far more cautious, and maybe it's just because of the situation.
I think it's the way you're using your legs,
right? And it just seems in the court, in the grass. I'm sure different circumstances.
Daniel
and surfaces.
Jones can just cut down on his quarterback running.
Yes, stand in the pocket and deliver the ball.
Yeah, and like fall in the ground. Don't take big hits if you can, but
right.
Basketball, you're jumping and you're running.
You can't stop.
You can't. I mean, there's no way. So it is different, but it's still crazy.
He was in week 9? I want to say
week
8.
It was
end. It was in the second half of the year. To tear your Achilles, everybody thought he's out for at least half the year this year.
Well, Kittle is on the PUP list, but there's a lot of people think he's going to be back before the midway point, and I'm like,
wild,
that happened in a playoff game.
That is absolutely wild.
I don't get it.
If he's back that quickly, or even in I'll even extend it by any time in September. If you're playing football games, that's wild.
How do you mold, how do you make your vision come to life within the framework of all the things that have been here is probably easier said than done. And we want to encourage him to keep, bringing his vision to life and his, being himself. And like I said, with the guys that we brought in from Thomas and the guys from Baltimore, it's like, hey, we brought you in for a reason, and like contribute the way that you see fit and be a part of this thing. And he's done that. So it's been great. It's been great. And I've learned a lot from him. There's a lot of things that we're doing, post-snap and how we're teaching detail in terms of the run game and the pass game after we catch, what we do with the ball, things that I necessarily haven't heard the way explained like that. And I think it's going to be a huge benefit for us. And then when we get into game planning and stuff, I mean, it's going to be, it's going to be a new process for all of us. We've done some simulations, but there's nothing like till you get into the fight. And he's just been great to work with. He's a problem solver. He thinks three-dimensionally. He communicates really well, so all those things have been really fun to work with.
There is Mike McDonald, day one Seahawk training camp on new OC Brian Fleury, who is trying to make his way in as the new play caller. Seahawks losing a couple coaches, but day one Seahawk camp. New OC?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the more interesting storylines, I think, for them. They obviously have a great defensive-minded head coach. I think their team is built around how good their defense is and how stout they are up front, which is a great way to be built, but they also had a really good offensive coordinator last year who immediately got a head coaching job after, I think he was the OC for 1 year in New Orleans and then 1 year in Seattle, so a pretty short run as an OC, if I remember correctly, and jumping to a head coaching job. And when you have a defensive-minded head coach, this is always the thought of you might have a bit of a revolving door at OC, but if you hire the right guy, it doesn't matter if they're there for 2 years because it worked out for you. They hit last time. Kubiak had some framework in the Shanahan 49ers offense. They went with a similar guy. Seems like a lot of the verbiage and a lot of the thought process is the same, but similar to anybody else who has to replace coordinators, it is a question until you see it and how it looks on the field.
Mike Lombardi clearly is Bill Belichick's right-hand guy. He's his hand-picked personnel guy. Mike Lombardi announced he was leaving to go to North Carolina seconds after Adam Schefter and I sent the tweet about his hiring at North Carolina. Bill Belichick has been a staunch Mike Lombardi supporter throughout. Lombardi has bounced around the NFL prior. He's a divisive guy. He's been fired at multiple places. And look, this is a key part of Bill Belichick's college football operation. In the wake of that 4-8 season last year, where Mike Lombardi did pick the players with Bill Belichick, this certainly does not loom well for Bill Belichick and his tenure moving forward, especially because this is his hand-picked general.
That's Pete Thamel on Mike Lombardi's dismissal at UNC. Over under 7.5 games coached by Bill Belichick this season for UNC.
Ooh, I will say over. I think it's just because they're
confident there.
I think it's just because they're incompetent and they wait to fire him.
Yeah.
There's like a weird we don't want to disrespect a legendary coach.
Let the season play out.
Let the season play out. We have no hope anyways. And then after the season, thank you, sir, for your efforts. Did I also read correctly yesterday that they're under NCAA investigation too? I think Pablo Torre reported that the College Sports Commission, which handles the compliance and the NIL stuff, they have opened up an inquiry into North Carolina football.
I'd venture to guess Bill
Shocking.
Belichick hates, legitimately, Pablo Torre.
Yes, I think at this point he's probably public enemy number one. Dartboard in the office, face of Pablo Torre on it.
What are we doing here? We're talking about him winning multiple more titles? What kind of preposterous situation? His legacy is established. It's set. It's done. What about 3? Why not 4? Why not 5? Why not 6? Why not 12?
They tried that in Miami. It didn't
I
work.
love Charles. He's such a value add to the sport. Talking about him adding 2 titles, I hate this about the NBA.
Amen, brother.
I hate this. I hate
Yep.
that it's like, let's get our fingers out and let's start
Yep.
counting. 1, 2, nope.
Dumbest
3's
thing we
no
do.
good. 4,
Yep.
4 is good, not good enough. What about 7? What about 9? What about 16?
Not good enough.
I hate it. I hate this discourse.
I mean, 16
so
would
much.
be good enough, though.
I hate that we are seeing something so refreshingly unbelievable that LeBron would join the Philadelphia 76ers. None of us saw this coming. Give us this gift of playing potentially like 15 or 18 like amazingly delicious matchups this year. Think of those games with Boston. Think of those games with the Lakers. Think of those games with the Cavs and the Knicks and the Heat and the Warriors. Like, oh my God, this is going to be amazing. And it's like, nope. He needs 2, 3, 7, 12, 37. Like, I hate this so much about the NBA that it's about counting championships. I don't want to be a part of it. I want to opt out. I'm done talking about it. What are we doing here?
Brian Windhorst.
Yeah, but will he win one in Philly, though?
Charles Barkley says if he wins 2 in Philly, he's the GOAT.
Ooh, he's officially the GOAT? Because that would put him at 6, right?
He can't be the GOAT. Simultaneously, Barkley said if he wins 2 in Philly, he's the GOAT, but he can't be the GOAT because he just stacks every team he plays on.
Ah, okay. Got it. So
Amen,
he's
Brian Windhorst.
GOAT, non-GOAT?
GOAT, non-GOAT.
He's a GOAT, non-GOAT simultaneously.
Probably the non-GOAT. But if he wins 2, he's a GOAT.
But he's not the GOAT, though, because he had to go to a stacked team in order to win? Fine, I'm having a hard time seeing the logic here. I'm just trying to follow.
Welcome to a 90s basketball pundit. That's
Following
how
the
they
path.
argue about everything.
Following the pathway here.
I also saw a point yesterday. I thought it was really funny. Basketball is literally the one sport we punish guys who want to win.
Yes, we do.
Is it not odd?
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani joined the Dodgers.
Nobody cared.
And he's won back-to-back World Series championships, and nobody's like, you front-running jackass. Why would you do that? Also, by the way, illegal gambling. Yeah, we're looking into it. I also think it's hilarious that this is the perfect summation of LeBron. He is how old now?
41.
41 years old?
42 in December.
He's played 874 years. I think he started in the NBA when Rutgers won their national championship. That's how long he's been around. And he joins Philadelphia, and we immediately talk about, well, is he going to win a championship? How about Jaylen Brown without Jason Tatum? That's a massive storyline. How about Joel Embiid? The trust the process. He played like 4 games last year. Can he stay healthy? How about Maxey, this young guard who's burst onto the scene as one of the best young playmakers in the NBA? How about this being a moment for them and a pivotal turning point in their careers? This is a cherry on top for LeBron if he wins another one. It'd be fantastic for the league. I don't care about his legacy. His legacy is established. Him getting another one would be cool to see. It's the other guys that have something to earn and still a long runway in their career, maybe other than Embiid, about where they could go and what a championship in Philly would do for their narrative. Like, this is if Brown wins one before Tatum in Boston, that is a massive story in the NBA. They decided to part ways with their Finals and Eastern Conference Finals MVP for the chosen one who texts Kobe Bryant's dead cell phone. And if he wins a title before you, that is a remarkable turnaround in story.
There we go. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. We do it every day at 7 a.m. Coming up next, some bad and then some good and some bad and some good. We've got local Blazer news. We'll get to that coming up next on 105.1 The Fan.
A Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Big Ten Football Media Days getting underway in Chicago this morning. Commissioner Tony Petitti, the first one up at the podium. Coaches will start taking the mic in the next hour. Ohio State has been picked to win the conference by the preseason media poll. The Oregon Ducks second, followed by Indiana, USC, Michigan, and Penn State. Coverage coming up here in just moments on the Big Ten Network. Flurry of roster activity around the NFL with training camps opening up. Vikings signing former Seahawks and Jets safety Jamal Adams after he spent last season with the Raiders. Buccaneers defensive tackle Vita Vea in the final year of his current deal without any guaranteed money, unable to get a new contract. He is reportedly requested to be traded. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Rutgers sucks. Welcome back in, 105.1 The Fan. Trailblazers coverage on The Fan presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity swag. Imagine that.
Drip, drip, drip.
Speaking of swag, Binary Brewing and The Fan have teamed up for the only Fan IPA available for a limited time. Taste The Fan. With Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA, go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location. Ask them about the only Fan. So good. Only The Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off.
That's good right there.
We have a lot to get to today. We have George Reister at 8:04, so we'll talk college football with him. We got some NFL news and notes as camps are opening up and people are coming in, and we got a trade request at a huge position.
Ooh.
Didn't get to that in the cafes. We'll talk about that a little bit. We will get to the mail sack in the final hour of the radio program, but we must get to the local news here of our Trailblazers. Will they or won't they?
They're gone.
Will they or won't they?
Kalamazoo, man. Stealing our team.
Before we get into the reporting from yesterday.
Yes, snip snaps.
Which I'd argue the reporter himself was more annoyed at having to do it than you were to having to read it. Okay?
Without a doubt, yeah.
Yesterday, I was perusing, and I said that we had gone to Kansas City to do our due diligence of, hey, any buzz at all about you guys poaching a team? And our guy, Jay Binkley, said, no, not a single word. Nobody here cares. Okay, great. Scratch it off. Kansas City gone, Memphis gone, or Nashville gone, Austin gone, right? Well, then a story popped up over the weekend. I didn't really get to it. St. Louis.
Yeah, we talked about it briefly yesterday because of the owner and the tweet and all that.
So is St. Louis in? I was going to reach out to St. Louis. And then I caught this blurb on ESPN 101. The host of their morning show had the mayor, Kara Spencer, on and basically asked her, is there an appetite for us to go after an NBA team? I want you to take a listen and give me your thoughts on how she sounds and what you think her thoughts are.
In any good negotiation, you have to have both sides represented. And I did not feel like the city was well representing their financial interest in that particular deal. But do I support the Blues? Absolutely. They have huge returns for the city. I think the taxpayers needed to buy the Jumbotron and that sort of thing? I really didn't. And that's why I was fighting on that. But look, I have to give the Blues credit for fighting for what they believed was right, what they wanted, their best financial interests. We still have a great relationship. We're working right now on some traffic calming and other things around the stadium to make sure that the visitor experience there matches what the quality of the team and our city deserves.
And the Portland Trailblazers in the city of St. Louis getting an NBA team. Is it something that your office monitors? When
What's funny is I always thought in my dream world that stadium could serve a dual purpose. At the time when we were looking at those investments, I thought, well, why can't we rethink this whole stadium experience and consider an NBA here as well? So absolutely something that's on the radar, something that would be, I think, a great benefit to St. Louisans. And so keeping my ears to the ground.
What is your takeaway when you hear the mayor of St. Louis there, Kara
Keep
Spencer?
your dirty St. Louis hands off my team is what my takeaway is. Get the hell out of here, St. Louis Sports Talk Radio.
Going down, baby.
It is funny. I've never been to St. Louis before, but I've seen people chime in who lived in St. Louis or are from the area or know the area well about how a lot of people don't think it's a good NBA market, but that is not what matters in this equation. What matters in this equation is, do you get a deal done locally, and then is there the money and the requirement back in St. Louis and all the things you need in terms of an arena, which it seems like there is, but I don't know enough about their Blues arena and the renovations that they've made. But
she was against funding for it, by the way. It was just the beginning of that clip where she's
I don't know if they rebuilt the entire arena in St. Louis or just parts of it, or they just did the Jumbotron.
I think they did what we did.
It's kind of a facelift of the entire thing.
Yeah.
So then maybe, conceivably it would be. I still think this has much ado about nothing in terms of the team leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're overreacting to somebody who, him and his father are big business figures in the St. Louis community, getting asked a simple question as NBA owner. Do you think basketball would work in St. Louis? And them saying yes. And then in the story, the arena has their dad's or they're both of theirs, but it's named after his dad, I think. The last name on the building. I think it's still much to do about nothing in St. Louis.
So you got to really listen to these people when they talk, and you got to try to find little tea leaves. One, she's already told you she's against public funds for sports teams. She literally started the answer with that. She did not want to give them money for a Jumbotron. How's that going to go when an owner is currently in our city asking us to give all the monies? Right? So,
your arena will last a while, but eventually you're going to need to repair it.
She also comes off to me as somebody that Tom Dundon and her would not be good friends.
No.
So, I just, look, I'm doing this basically at it may age like milk. I don't think St. Louis is viable. And I think the reporting you got yesterday kind of tells us there really isn't a viable option.
No.
And I think that's the thing I sit in, because Jason Quick yesterday was doing an exceptional job. Little snip, snap, snip, snap. And originally it came out that the Trailblazers were not going to be meeting with the city council at the meeing that they had scheduled at the end of July.
Yeah, Dunphy, the head of the city council, said they said no, we're not getting a meeting.
Said no. Well, fast forward, how long was it? Between
20 minutes,
20
maybe?
minutes? Yeah.
Less than a half hour.
It felt like it was 5. And we got a new updated story from the Blazers that was like, actually, we are interested.
Yeah.
Dwayne Hankins said, quote, "We were just talking to the city administrator staff, figuring out the best way to move forward and show up on Thursday. He told Jamie Dunphy. I said Phil Dunphy. I'm thinking Modern Family too much.
Phil Dunphy is a cooler Dunphy.
He's a cooler Dunphy, yeah. But told Jamie Dunphy that he had been working with old information. On Friday, Dunphy sent the letter to Hankins inviting him to attend the work session with the 12-member council to address the team's concerns about the term sheet delivered by the city. And Dunphy wrote to Hankins, I'm reading in the media the Blazers would like to see some changes made to the draft term sheet the city provided you last week. It would be extremely helpful if you and your team joined us for the work session to help me and my colleagues understand your needs. Hankins then responded to this, and basically he said, let me see if I find the exact quote, because that's a lot of Dunphy. He said, I'd like to turn down the rhetoric and not have these conversations in the media, to be honest. It's not helpful. It's not effective. I just want to get a deal done, and this is not the way for us to get a deal done, end quote.
Then tell your anonymous team sources who a week ago were telling Jason Quick that this deal is a complete non-starter and the two sides are significantly far apart. How about instead of responding through the media, you respond to the city and say, this deal is a non-starter. We are a wide ways away apart. Here are the ways. We are a far ways apart. Let's work towards coming to a conclusion on this deal.
I think
it was a hilarious response from them. I'm glad that they did respond, but come on, man. It was the epitome of the meme of the guy holding the gun, pointing at a dead body, saying we're all trying to figure out who did this. You can't come out and say don't negotiate through the media when some of the negotiating that you've done through the media has upped the rhetoric exponentially.
No doubt, but also not wrong. Both sides have been talking through the media anonymously through the whole process. We thought they would. That's kind of what was going to happen here. It's public negotiating before they actually negotiate.
Yes, and the city's defense, though, if you're not getting any responses from the team at all, what else are you supposed to do?
I'm totally fine with the way the city actually has handled this part of it.
Yes.
I've been more like, what are you doing over there at One Center Court? But them responding to that. Now, look, I might be holding on too much in a negotiation situation. But just having it in print, a quote from the current president of the Blazers, I just want to get a deal done.
A guy who's been there through the regime change, too, by the way. He was the president before and still the president with Dundon.
Well, I mean, he definitely comes off, I think, in the quote, and I'm not saying this is how he actually sounded, but when I read the quote after being told that they weren't going to show up, it's like a fine, we'll be there. There's
there's a little bit of that, for sure.
A little bit of a tissy there of being all upset. Now, I'd also, I say this, and I'm not trying to do any reporting here. This is just an opinion. The way it rolled out, between 20 minutes of they're not doing it, 20 minutes later, we'll see you Thursday.
And then there was a third update when Dunphy then responded and said, yes, indeed, we have heard from the Blazers. Thank you very much.
This is only my opinion.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you agree. I don't know if other people have the same thought. Maybe they do on social media because I didn't see the initial report. I only saw the follow-up where Quick was like, for the third time, here it is. And then I dove into it.
You missed the high stepping from the Doomsdayers then because they were all over that thing.
I heard.
Told you the team's gone.
I heard the Doomsdayers. They're ready to celebrate the minute that they're announced to leave. And you know what? If they reach a deal, we will be celebrating the opposite side of that.
We will laugh in your face.
Well, that might be happening, yeah. But we'll see if they get a deal done. My opinion was this has a real smell of the league following this so damn closely that they saw the city.
Very well could be.
The money is being provided. The county gave us great news yesterday, by the way, that hey, we want to give the full $88 million. We don't want to subtract 35 anymore. So all the monies is on the table. And just my 2 cents, I think the league got on the horn and said, the hell you will not be skipping that meeting. Stop this. You don't have a destination. You're not going to Nashville. You're not going to Austin. You're not going to Kansas City. Columbus is not a real market for us. We're not doing business in Tampa. Stop. Meet.
Yeah.
Now, they need to negotiate, and there's probably a long ways to go still in the negotiation process, but the city, the county, and the state are telling you the money's there. You have the money.
Now we just got to pass it.
Now you got to pass it. You got to work out, unions and taxes and all the crap none of us want to really follow.
Hence the meeting with the city council to figure out where can we find some common ground here to get a deal done.
Exactly. And the reason I believe this, I'll tell you on the other side, because somebody else wrote a piece involving our old Tommy Two Nickels. And so we'll get to that on the other side. But some interesting back and forth yesterday between the city and the organization, but it sounds like after the initial reporting, they are going to meet and sit down and start in the negotiation. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. And one thing that somebody is talking about nationally involving the Blazers and Dundon, we'll do it next on 105.1 The Fan. NFL primetime vibes here, huh? Isn't it?
Bumbling, mumbling, stumbling.
Bumbling, rumbling, stumbling.
All-timer, dude.
I love that show.
All-timer.
Him and TJ.
So good.
TJ. God, ESPN content.
Yeah, not quite the same anymore.
No, everybody gets fired. Talking about the Trailblazers meeting with the city coming up this week.
Yeah.
And originally it was a no, and then 20 minutes went by, and suddenly it was a, yeah, let's stop doing this publicly.
We're going to chat on Thursday.
Let's get in a room. I want to read a blurb.
Okay, what do you got?
From old Chris Mannix, our friend at SI.com, covers the NBA and boxing, a good friend of the program. He wrote a blurb on Tom Dundon. It's actually featured at the front page of SI.com, and it's Tom Dundon is betting his NHL formula will work in the NBA despite its critics. And he goes through the laundry list of what's happened so far with Dundon. And then he gets to this blurb, and I want to read this to you. By all accounts, Dundon is simply dropping the model from the NHL into a new city in a new league. Make no mistake, NBA officials are embarrassed by all of this. No one wants to see a multi-billion-dollar franchise run like a newspaper snapped up by a hedge fund. At Summer League, you couldn't walk far without running into someone with an opinion on Dundon's approach. Even Adam Silver, a vocal supporter of Dundon, appeared frustrated when discussing the stalemate between the Blazers and Portland on the arena funding.
Yeah.
Now he goes on and he says, Dundon isn't probably going to change. He doesn't care that people don't like him.
No, if you didn't want him to do this, don't let him buy the team.
Well, that was my quick initial thought of like, you know what? It took all of 5 minutes for stupid Brandon Sprague to Google that Tom Dundon cuts stuff.
Yes.
And is cheap.
Literally did it in Carolina.
So what did the league have time-wise to figure out maybe this wouldn't be good for our league? And I've said this before. I think some teams will follow some of what he's doing.
If the blowback dies down, the deal still ends up getting done. You stay relevant in terms of what you're a playoff caliber. Like,
yes.
Without a doubt, teams will follow this blueprint.
But I don't believe the whole league will.
No.
And I think some teams will pride themselves on telling the clients and the agents and everybody else, we don't do it cheap. We do it the best.
Yeah, some people will even say we'll illegally pay you in your contract.
Well, you want deep pockets. But I thought that was an important thing. The NBA officials are embarrassed by all this. And that's what goes back to my original point of the 20-minute gap between Quick's reporting of City hadn't heard back, it doesn't sound like the team's going to meet with them, to let's stop doing this in public, let's have a meeting. And I really believe, in my heart of hearts, I really think the league got on the horn and was like, we're done
Enough.
here. Stop.
Enough.
Stop playing the games. Get in the room, negotiate, figure that out. The city, the county, the state, all of the money's is there.
Yeah.
Let's renovate the arena and move on.
I have a hard time disagreeing with you because from what we've seen so far and some of the tone that the commissioners use, the idea that neither of us believe that there's a viable market out there, or even the notion that Dundon, despite his jackassery here, is doing this out of the desire to try and move the team. I think there's two very different things. What do we all know about Tom Dundon? We say it constantly. He is cheap. He doesn't want to pay for things. We also know that he is a ridiculously shrewd negotiator. And I don't even know if you can call it negotiating. He just goes radio silent on you. How many people in the organization has he done this with? He's done it with broadcasters. He's done it with coaching candidates, all the way down the list. This is the way that he operates. And so him operating this way with the city is not very surprising to me. Raleigh didn't take as long or get as hot to figure this out because I think they got a blueprint pretty early on, like, okay, we're going to have to get this done. We own the arena. Let's just get it done. And then say, here you go, Tom, here's your money.
They politically were a little more in line with, we need to rent. You're right. We have
own the
to
arena.
renovate.
Like, okay.
It's our only team in town.
It's our money.
Yeah.
It's our building. We'll spend our money fixing it. Okay, here you go, Tom. And there was a little bit of chatter early on, but then it quickly died down because they passed the funding and they got the arena deal done.
Yeah.
And that ultimately is what our stance has been the entire time, that we will get here. He did this with the head coaching candidate who they waited and waited and waited. He was desperate. There was no other opening. So what did he get him for? A 1-year deal. He's doing this with radio broadcasters. I will cut your pay by 60%, and you got to go work for a different company. I'm going to take away your benefit. It's horrible.
It's terrible.
Nobody is condoning the behavior, but it's one of the reasons that I have never fully mentally gone to the place of he's doing this out of a desire to move the team. I just think
haven't either.
This is the way he operates.
Yeah.
He's a jackass when it comes to this kind of stuff. Now, I think Mannix is 100% right, and we talked about it a little bit last week. He is following the blueprint. It worked for him in Carolina, and there is a part of me who says, I don't blame you. If I bought a team, operated it this way, I turn them into a perennial playoff contender, and we just won a championship in the damn sport and hosted up the most valuable trophy or the most prestigious trophy in sports potentially. I don't blame you for thinking that would work in another sport. Will it in the NBA? Time will tell. None of us have the answer to that question. You could think yes, you could think no, but nobody ultimately knows until it fully plays out. I will just say, I don't really care if it was the NBA stepping in. I don't care if it was the city talking out of pocket and the Blazers responding like, whoa, hold on here. We didn't even respond to you. I don't care what it was. It was just a refreshing feeling last night, seeing not only the city stuff go down in terms of the Blazers actually willing to sit down and talk with them this week, it sounds like on Thursday, but then the idea earlier in the day, we got great news from the county, dude.
Yeah.
The two county commissioners who were being absolute tool bags at the hearing last week, arguing and ranting and raving and wanting to delay, and the two who, by the way, proposed cutting the $35 million cut from the county,
from the $88 million
projected from this, have then turned around and now said, not only are we going to do all $88 million, how about we just use it from the car rental taxes instead of taking money from the sale of the team? Which right? Like, oh, okay. And I did have a chuckle because I pointed this out last week. I watched about an hour of that last week. And it was ridiculous, and I was yelling at my phone the entire time. But one of the things that ironically stood out to me, because football season's on my mind as well, is how much the county has seen an explosion in the car rental tax return, primarily because of my football program and all of the people who are traveling from Purdue, Rutgers, Maryland, Indiana, Minnesota, Ohio State, Michigan, Nebraska. When that happens, they are all flying to Portland, renting cars, driving to Eugene, driving back, flying back. And they have seen an explosion in the amount of tax revenue that they're getting from the car rental tax. And they pointed that out last week, and I made a mental note of that and then chuckled yesterday when I saw their big, brilliant brains came up with the idea of, hey, we got this big pool of money that's getting taxed. Why don't we use all of that? And then we're made a little bit more whole because the sale of the team is netting the county something in the range of $40 to $45 million. And according to this yesterday, which I think will pass by a 4-1 or 5-0 vote,
I think it's going to go undefeated.
They're going to keep that tax money. And so now the county's made a little bit more whole. All the concerns about what are we cutting, they're going like, well done, dude. On both sides, the city and the county, both positive news stories yesterday.
I agree 100% with everything you added there. I don't have much other than I think an element you, I, and everybody else who gets frustrated at this ongoing saga from the Dundon Blazer side to the city, county, state side is there's a lot involved we're never going to understand, right? Like pretending you know what it's like to run a $4.5 billion business when you're not the most deep-pocketed owner and have all of these expenses that you walk into of like, hey, we actually have the biggest staff in the NBA and we produce the least amount of money. You don't know what that's like, and I never will.
No.
Also on the other side, and I'm not trying to defend too much here, but there's an element of these politicians. Say what you want about all of them. They do have constituents.
Mm-hmm.
And in some of these districts, it's pretty easy to find on the internet. You get these people who are like, to hell with this team, to hell with sports, it's not important, who cares, stop taking money. And like, you're serving a district, you have to hear from your constituents.
It is a very split topic in the city, about 50-50 on spending or not spending.
It is, but like, so I give them a little grace in that regard. Mm-hmm. And so I think, the delay on the vote from the county from last week into 2 weeks, but seeing that yesterday, and I saw that from Wright, Gazaway, and I think other people had it too, but I saw it from Wright, is just simply like, okay, great. They got information very quickly. The numbers were broken down to them. They saw where they're going to get money from taxes on this and that. And yeah, man, it's not pretending that building a $2 billion state arena for a team will net you $8 billion. I know the financial economics that have been put out about that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's about renovating a building that you currently own while trying to generate business back up in a city that, for better or worse, and I love it, I always will, has lagged.
Yeah.
And so I want to get rid of lease signs. We were third in real estate in 2019. I think we're in the 80%.
Not good.
In 80% tile, like
there's
not
this
very
weird
good.
back and forth where their premise of the city is dying, and then if you see that report, the pushback of the city is thriving, and it's like, well, no, the city's not dead.
It's an in-between.
It's also not thriving.
Yeah,
and we have a lot of work to do in order to get there. We're not dead yet, but the Blazers moving will kill us.
And you don't have to love him. You never probably will, but like there's an element of having a Tom Dundon where I think the dude wants to make money and he's shrewd.
Yeah.
That if he can get them to win a little bit more than they had the previous 5 seasons, guess what will start to get better? more money will be dumped into the city, more people will visit. You'll get more Eastern Oregon, Central Oregon, Southern Oregon. People will drive up maybe for a weekend and say, hey, Wemby's in town. I'm going to go to the Spurs game, have a weekend up there, and drive back Sunday night. That stuff starts to happen more and more. And so, all of this has sucked to cover, to follow. I'm sure it's been terrible to report on from the media side.
Yes.
But yesterday was good news to me. We do this jokey counter of how many days since good news or bad news or whatever it is. One.
It has to, the zero's got to come off the board.
We got good news yesterday.
Zero's got to come off the board.
So, encouraging news. Just wanted to pass along. Good reporting by Quick and everybody else in the market. I did find one comment very funny from a media member.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Demers TV broadcast side.
Yeah.
It's pretty awful what's going on there.
It's horrible, dude.
Somebody, you know what somebody texted me yesterday? A picture of a guy that was just let go for stooping a player's sister and said, who would be cheaper?
That's a great point. I did not even think about it.
Dundon, line one, guy that needs to fix reputation and still have a play-by-play gig. That Spurs guy.
I mean, people tell me that we like reclamation projects after John Morant.
I'm just saying,
are we going to do it with broadcasters
keep
too?
Keep it on the radar.
Okay,
I'll right up Tommy Two Nickels' MO of saving money.
I'll hold on to that one.
Loaded third hour of the radio program. We'll talk some college football, NFL, but we kick it off, and it's a Mail Sack Tuesday as well. We kick off hour 3 with George Reister, one of our favorites, former Duck, media member now. Big Ten Media Day is here. George Reister, hour 3 at 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Don't do it. Oh.
And there's a swing and a high fly ball. Deep down the right field line. There's a chance. It is gone! Jack Peterson!
Jack Peterson's still playing in the big leagues?
There's Dave Raymond, Rangers Sports Network. Was he wearing his pearl necklace like a bad bee?
He left those in Atlanta.
Did he? He should. You know what? Rightfully so.
No, he tried in San Francisco. It just didn't work.
Did he wear him in San Francisco?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Oh, that's an Atlanta thing, though, to Swag's point. Second home run versus the Mariners. The Rangers won 3 of 4, won the season series, and have a 2.5-game lead on the M's. No Cal Raleigh in this game, but Julio got an RBI.
Yeah, he was not in the game last night. It's a tough loss. Couple of games below 500. Thankfully, the division still blows, so it's right there for you. You got to get going.
Who's stinking it up? Seattle Mariners, 6th straight road series loss. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure your AC is working smoothly. A tune-up special for just $89. What? Three Mountains certified techs are ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today at threemountainshomservices.com.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the last of the Power Four conferences to host football media days is the Big Ten. They are getting underway this morning in Chicago. Commissioner Tony Petitti expected to take the podium in about 45 minutes to get things going. Ohio State is your media pick to win the conference, just ahead of the Oregon Ducks, then Indiana, USC, Michigan, and Penn State. Portland Fire back in action tonight after the All-Star break. They're in Vegas to take on the Aces at 7 o'clock. They're 3.5 games out of the final playoff spot with 17 games left in the season. Pre-game coverage on 910 ESPN, Portland at 6:45. Vegas 11.5-point favorites. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
back in hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague, your Portland sports leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Morning, everybody.
Get the out of here.
Just kidding. We got a lot to get to over the next 2 hours of the show. Do you know? 1 hour from now.
Mail sack. Mail sack.
Get your questions in. 503-864-6326. That is the Fan text line. You can throw them into the YouTube chat as well. Twitter if you want to. Whatever the vehicle you need to get your questions in, make sure you get them in and we'll answer them coming up 1 hour from now. I got a lot of football stuff in my notes here for the next hour of radio. In a brief moment, we will begin our preview of Big Ten Media Days. They're all going to kick off here in about 45 minutes. I think Swag said Tony Petitti's going to step up to the podium. You know what they got on display at Big Ten Media Days?
The Natty.
3 different Natty trophies.
Smart move. I mean, it should be in the background, to be honest with you, of every speech
really
on the main dais. But
It really should.
I'll ask you this ahead of the media day.
Yeah.
Which coach will have the biggest thing said at the Big Ten Media Day?
The most noteworthy thing, like the biggest headline, most controversial, all of the above?
Yeah, like what was your takeaway from the SEC?
John Summerall likes pedicures. Just kidding. What was the biggest takeaway from SEC Media Day? Probably the Pete Golding stuff on tampering was my favorite. I don't know if a takeaway. That was my favorite.
Even with
thing.
Lane?
Yeah, we played some of the Lane stuff.
Eli Drinkwitz trolling and
he kept going too. By the way, he was doing some Missouri interviews.
I thought
back home.
Sark
was pretty
on
solid.
fire.
Yeah, Kirby was kind of quiet. I mean, he might have said some stuff that we just didn't play that I didn't know.
He's just in favor of breaking away from the NCAA.
Yeah, it's like, come on, Kirby. It's because you can't win a playoff game right now.
I think your guy Dan the Man.
You think my guy Lanning does it? Do we bring an inflatable duck to Chicago?
I don't believe we will be in the river.
Did we put a billboard up of Dante Moore in Chicago?
Good question.
I don't know if we have or have not.
I think we would have known it by now if
That's
we did.
That's true. We just did the Tokyo thing. We all the billboards up in Tokyo.
Or he takes the approach of he gives good Dan Lanning answers, but he doesn't really say the thing because he's trying to kind of now fly under the radar a little bit in the terms of like, I need to not end the season the way I've ended it.
Yeah,
I'm
curious.
Look,
he's not going to say anything that will change the way I feel about that. But there is the idea of, like, I'm curious how because you know he's going to get asked about that. Like, hey, dude, you've been incredible. What the hell happened
How do you end your
years?
seasons back-to-back ways?
Yeah, and I don't know what his answer is going to be, but it is one of the more curious things for me. Big Ten Media Days get underway. We thought, let's talk some college football with our buddy, George Reister, former Oregon Duck, host of the Unafraid Show. You can check it out on YouTube, youtube.com/Unafraid Show. He's going to be part of the CW college football coverage this fall, and you can give him a follow on Twitter at George Reister. George, good morning to you. How do you make sense of, now that we're on the brink of starting Big Ten Media Days and getting the season underway, we got some time under our belt here. What the hell has happened at the end of the year, the last 2 years for Oregon, and where is that as a concern for you going into such a highly anticipated season for them?
Well, I have no concerns about the way that the previous years ended, and this is the reason why. You have a coach in Dan Lanning who just finished his 4th year, right? And how many coaches outside of the Larry Cokers who have inherited, a championship roster prior to them getting there have won before year 6? You didn't see it out of Kirby Smart. You didn't see it out of Ryan Day. Kurt Signetti's been a head coach for 20 years, and so there's some growing processes to it. And you also will look at how those things happened and what Dan Lanning has done. You're looking at a guy who has only lost 2 teams that have either won national championship or played in the national championship game. Like, those are the only losses. So then you look and you see, all right, is this a structural issue? Is this a coaching issue? And remember, I'm not in the excuse business. I'm in the reason business. is that sometimes it is important to understand why things happened. And you look at that at the Rose Bowl game against Ohio State. That's the national champion. It's the best team in the country. And in 2 years of the playoff, 7 of the 8 teams that have had byes have lost. Georgia has done it twice. Arizona State has lost. Boise State has lost. Ohio State lost in the first round this last year. There's something about the bye and having a month off while the teams that you're going to play against are have played within 10 days of having to play you. That's why those teams have started slowly. And then you go to this last year, and I believe that if Dan Lanning had to do it all over again, with Tosh Lupoy and Will Stein, with them literally being in Kentucky and in Berkeley on game week, that made it extremely tough to be able to game plan. I mean, even Indiana's defensive coordinator Brian Haynes, he said if this wasn't the same team that we saw in Eugene, that was a close game into the fourth quarter. And even Oregon was up in the fourth quarter after a Brandon Finney pick. So I'm not concerned about it, and I'm also less concerned about the way the season's ended, because you were dealing with very young football teams, and you're still dealing with a young football team. But there's a lot of veterans on here. You got a second-year starting quarterback who's an NFL due, probably the first pick in the draft. You have 4 guys in your defensive line with Washington, Tuioti, Uyangalele, and the other kid as well. That are going to go in the first and second round. Bear, who are going to go in the first and second round of the draft. You have one of the best secondaries in the entire country. And those are things that lend itself to you being able to win a national championship and the growth that it takes, even though that people want microwave results.
A lot of people had opinions on hiring the new coordinators, George, of like keeping it internal versus do you outsource? And I know when they lost Dillingham, he went and found Will Stein, and that worked out really well. And then everybody had an opinion about Lupoy when he was here, but he gets the job at Cal. I'm kind of curious. There's been some opinion takeaways, I guess, from the candidates and the guys that they have ultimately picked to be the new DCs and OCs. What did you make of Dan Lanning's decision to stay internal instead of going outside of the program for those spots?
When you are dealing with coaching searches, it's just like anything else in life. The sexy thing to do is to go outside and go find something great, but we didn't have a chance to talk to Hampton. We didn't have a chance to talk to Merringer during the season or even the last 2 seasons to understand their contributions to the offense and to the defense. And so it looks sexy to go get somebody else from outside of the building and then have them acclimate to your culture. Are they going to do it? Do they 100% buy into the philosophy, or is this just a great opportunity for them? And Hampton has proven himself. He's been a good defensive coordinator prior at Tulane. He left a promising job that he was doing good at, just beat USC in a New Year's Six bowl game, and then left to take a demotion, if you will, the way he could learn and grow and have more opportunities, the way he can be a head coach. So that's literally the Dante Moore path for a defensive coordinator. Then you look at Merringer. He's a guy who Dan and the rest of the staff have thought very highly of, and that they believe that the difference between him and Will Stein is that is that Will Stein obviously was able to have a lot of success as a coordinator, but they believe that that Maringer is going to have an opportunity to have more answers in game for when defenses make big adjustments against them.
We're talking with George Reister, former Oregon tight end, at George Reister on Twitter. Go give him a follow. Host of the Unafraid Show on YouTube, and he's also going to be a part of the college football coverage on the CW coming up this fall. As we look to the Big Ten as the media day start, and you kind of look at the race at the top, do you see it as Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, big gap, everybody else? Are you still a buyer in Indiana despite all that they lost? Or do you see somebody else maybe jumping their way into that top 3, top 4 conversation? What do you make of the conference as a whole as we get the season underway here?
I think this is the best version of the Big Ten that we have ever seen. That the bottom is much higher than you've ever seen. When I was doing my rankings on YouTube, which I put them out on Unafraid Show, is the Big Ten rankings. Of course, you know, whatever order that you want to argue about for Oregon, Ohio State, and then Indiana at 3. Outside of that, then it gets extremely tough. And then when you get toward the middle, you're putting teams at 12, 13, and you're saying, whoa, this feels yuck. This feels gross to have a team like Minnesota between 11 and 13 when they have won so many games. You know it's a tough game, and it just gets harder and harder. And there are teams that you actually believe are very good football teams, and they're at 9, 10, 14, and you're just like, how is this possible that this team is 14th? And then you say, I can't put them in front of any of these other teams. But I want to focus for a second on Indiana because there's been a lot of talk there both ways. They're fans who I say are that Indiana is new money now. Like they are the people that won the lottery and then bought the $1 million house inside the gated community. They're inside the country club, but then they're also not putting they don't know which fork to use. They eating dinner with a salad fork. They putting the water glass on the wrong side, and they just kicking their feet up. And they believe that they're on a generational Saban run where they're going to win 6 national championships in 12 years. Well, here's the issue with Indiana and them believing that is I believe that with their non-conference schedule, which is honestly embarrassing, that of course they're going to be 3-0. So that puts them at a place where because they are very well coached, you know, at minimum, probably a 9-win team. But then you look at this roster and you can say, oh, well, they won it last year and they were very thin. They weren't all the way up on scholarship numbers and all of that stuff. Yes, that was an outlier. That is not what happens in college football. So Indiana, their frontline starters are very good, very good. But they lack the depth to be able to consistently make it through seasons. I know, you know, we practice different. We all of this stuff. Well, as Oregon fans or as any other college football fans, you know what happens when you're on the way to a national championship and Dennis Dixon's knee blows out. You know what happens when, you know, a kicker gets hurt or misses the wrong kick or you fumble against Stanford. That's the thing that Indiana hasn't experienced because they've been so god-awful at college football. They were the losingest program in college football until 2 years ago, and now they're the second most losing. So I mean, that's how bad that they were, and they have no real understanding of what life in the big leagues is like.
They got a natty out of it, though, George. I mean, they got the natty, so I think they're okay being called the new money. I want to ask you about a poll question we posted today. I love that. Should a college football program be allowed to count a national championship that they say they won in 1869?
Sure. I mean, you all won it, but we all know that we do have to be nuanced and take things for what they are. And I'm gonna give you an example from another sport. In the NBA, we look at or college basketball. We look at, you know, those Bill Russell Boston Celtics championships or the John Woodens at UCLA. How could you? It's impossible to do that in this era, because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar ain't staying in college for more than 6 months, versus 3 to 4 years back in the day, and that's the thing that's different now, is that it's a different era. So yes, you can claim them all you want to, but this is the most difficult era to win a championship in any sport, because of free agency, because of transfer portal, because of all of those others, and going to the league early and everything. It is much more difficult. And then the amount of games that you have to win. You used to have to win a bowl game to win the national championship, and then you actually had to play in a playoff with 2 teams, and then you had 4, and now you got 12. It has never been more difficult.
Yeah, George, I hate to say this, man. That was the wrong answer. That's a no. That's the 1800s. What are we doing? At least you gave me 1900s examples in basketball. 1800s, I'm not counting. Let me ask you about the new coaches in the conference. I'm very curious who should scare the Big Ten more? Kyle Whittingham at a place like Michigan, or Matt Campbell at a place like Penn State?
I'm gonna go with none of the above. Even though I do have a lot of respect for Matt Campbell and Kyle Whittingham, because I actually have him as one of the top 3 coaches in college football, period. But I do believe that what Bob Chesney is doing at UCLA, that this could be a very special run. If you look at if they beat Cal in the opening game, that means that every single game is winnable. Every single one on their schedule, except for Oregon, probably. And that could put them at at ceiling 11-1. Even though I do believe that the most realistic scenario, if they beat Cal, is probably 8-4, maybe 9-3. But I do believe that we're going to see one of them very quick turnarounds at UCLA. Now so that's why I would put him at number 1 on the list. But behind him, I would put Whittingham at Michigan, because he matches them. Now, I don't believe that happens this year, because I do believe that they have a quarterback problem with Bryce Underwood. I don't believe it until I see it. I will not believe that he is anything more than a special talent until I see it. The same way with Arch Manning. And when it comes to Matt Campbell, I think that when you look at their schedule and what they brought over from Iowa State, it's like people are dismissing. Oh, they're like, oh yeah, Rocco Beck, and those Iowa State guys, they're over here. Well, the problem is they brought all the best Iowa State guys and then put them who were veterans and who were playing, and then you add them with what was left at Penn State, which wasn't scraps. So now all of a sudden you got yourself a good football team, and he's going to be tough. He's going to be physical. He's got a veteran. He's got a veteran quarterback. He's got a cupcake SEC old school schedule in the non-conference, which I despise. And then he's going to have an opportunity because they avoid, outside of USC, the majority of the top of the Big Ten.
Yeah, the schedule definitely breaks their way this year. Last one for you, George. Where's your biggest question mark for Oregon this year? Is it the coordinators being new, the offensive line linebacker? I know is a position people bring up. Where is the weakness that kind of sticks in your mind about a month away from the start of the year?
I wouldn't even point to anything as necessarily a weakness as opposed to I'm curious to how that's going to work out. One thing is, I believe that the defensive side, I do believe that this will be the number 1 defense in the country. I have no questions there. But on the offensive side, I have to wonder, because it's a new offensive line, and you're saying, okay, is this going to work? But then Alik Terry has put together back-to-back Joe Moore Award finalist teams, and if they believe that they needed more, they would have went out in the portal and got more. So it's hard for me not to trust that, because history says that I should trust it. Now I am excited to. I got my eyes on Drew Maringer. I'm not going to lie there, because I do believe that that's something that could go left. But then we have to trust that Dan has been a very good hirer of people.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. 2 for 2 on offense coordinator. Both those guys got jobs right away at big-time programs. George Rice, you can check out the Unafraid Show on YouTube. He's also going to be a part of the CW's college football broadcast this coming fall. Give him a follow on Twitter, at George Rice. So, George, man, we always appreciate the time. I know it's early for you. Enjoy Big Ten Media Days, and let's do this again soon.
It's actually not early for me. It is 6:20 p.m. where I am.
Where are you at right now?
Wait, where are you at?
I'm in Greece right now.
What? You agreed for a radio hit?
An international radio hit?
This is an international radio hit? Are you not hitting our company with the phone bill, are you? Because I don't know if we can cover that right now. You're paying for the bill, right? Have fun in Greece, man. That's awesome.
Anything for you guys. All right.
There you go. Go enjoy your vacation. There's George Rice.
I didn't know he was in Greece. I wouldn't have bothered him.
Dude, talk about that's a homie right there.
Yeah,
You're coming on in Greece? Woo. If I'm ever in Greece and somebody asks me for a radio hit, you are not getting texted back.
Well, he responded, like usually in the history of me getting George on the show, he's responded within 3 minutes.
Yes.
He didn't respond for the first 4 hours. And I was like,
well, that explains. It's probably the middle of the night or something when you sent the text.
And then I saw him when he responded, and I'm doing the math, and I'm like, dude, now that kind of makes sense.
Were those takes unafraid? Some unafraid takes in there. Look, I appreciate the size of ball it takes to still punch at Indiana right now. I'm certainly not going to do it.
They're new money. Yeah, so were the Ducks. They got the title. You didn't.
I appreciate
that
the effort.
That sounded like...
I'm not going there, but I appreciate the effort because it ain't an easy mountain climb.
That tasted like sour grapes.
You think a little bit?
Sour
A team
grapes.
that came out of nowhere and won a national championship? Now they're only the second worst team in the history of college football. Let's talk a little bit about this. We got Big Ten Media Days getting underway. Also a question for future Oregon purposes, and we'll dive into that. A little college football Big Ten conversation next on The Fan.
On the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Big Ten Football Media Days will officially start here in just moments in Chicago. Tony Petitti, commissioner, will be first up on the podium. Ohio State picked to win the conference in the preseason media poll. The Ducks right behind them at second. Then it's Indiana, USC, Michigan, and Penn State. Coverage beginning momentarily on the Big Ten Network. Flurry of roster activity around NFL training camps as they open up. The Vikings signing former Seahawks and Jets safety Jamal Adams, who spent last season with the Raiders. Buccaneers still trying to work out contracts with their two most important players. Quarterback Baker Mayfield still not done yet as he reports to camp. He set a deadline to get a new deal done before he starts practicing. Defensive tackle Vita Vea reportedly requesting to be traded. He's in the final year of his current deal without any guaranteed money. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Welcome back in. Big Ten Media Day is about to get underway. Not a ton of noteworthy stuff for the show today. It'll be more so for the timing of it in Chicago. It'll mainly be for our show. It'll be the next day.
Yeah, because they're starting a little later than the SEC ones did.
Did
the ACC
yeah.
ones.
Start a little bit later in the day.
But
so
Petitti might say something of interest we could pass along at some point. And
anything noteworthy comes out, we'll pass it along. And then obviously Lanning will be tomorrow at the end of the show, right? Maybe at the end of the show, TBD. We don't know exactly what time yet.
He's last up. He's going at 10:45 tomorrow morning.
So we won't get to that till Thursday.
So that'll be Thursday's show.
But other shows after us will have it tomorrow,
the
and then we'll react to some of it on Thursday. Two things are true here. One of the more gracious radio hits we've ever had, debatably number one.
In Greece, without a doubt.
To even respond to my text on vacation to do a Portland, Oregon radio while in Greece. Phenomenal.
Yes.
Also,
living that good life.
Absolutely why people despise Duck fans.
I love it, dude.
The new money
to
line
start from,
on Indiana.
Let's go all the way back, by the way, to the start of the interview of me asking him, how worried are you by the end of the last two seasons? And he's not worried at all. The level of balls it takes to get to that point, I respect it, man.
I actually think that's level-headed.
Yeah,
Are you going to lose every playoff game by 50 points?
But I also think it's a little ludicrous to say there's not any concern at all. Now, you could say it's not going to happen again. You could have that take that you think those were just, there were random one-offs. Or you cannot tell me that in the back of your mind there's not that. I don't know if it's 5% of the thought, 2% of the thought, 10% of the thought. If that happened to your team, you wouldn't just think about it at all? You just out of sight, out of mind, never happened, pretend like it didn't exist?
I wouldn't say it never happened, but his age and it only being year 5 this year makes me I'm not panicking. If he's here for 12
and that again,
years.
Nobody's saying panicking. There's a difference between panicking and nothing at all. That you don't have to go to panicking, but to say that you don't spend any time concerned about it.
What would you be concerned about at this point? It's almost the next season. The game has been over for months, so I guess
we did that literally a year ago. We said, well, it was Ohio State. It happened. It's in the rearview mirror now. And then guess what? It happened again.
It did. Circumstances, to be fair, and I can't believe I'm the one defending and you're the one panicking, pointing fingers.
Again, not panicking.
No, it sounds panicky. I think on the radio it
I
sounds
think
panicky.
to say zero.
I think you sound panicked.
Look, I love George. I love cocky Duck fan, and I am at times a cocky Duck fan. The idea of saying that has there's zero thought at all on that, I just laugh at that. And I think there's a little bit of blustering and PR that's going on there.
Can you say that you don't want to lose like that, but also you're not thinking about it?
It is lingering in my if Oregon makes the playoff this year, you're telling me that as a Duck fan, you wouldn't have the slightest thought at kickoff of please God, don't happen again.
Oh, you don't want.
So
it to
if your mind goes there, then clearly it's a thought that you have in your head. I'm not predicting it's going to happen again. I'm not saying every time he's in the playoff they will get blown out. When it happens back-to-back years, that's not an outlier. It's not a one-year thing. And yeah, that will be in my head until they go through a playoff run and show that they can go through that run without getting their asses kicked. Then it goes away. Even if you don't win the national championship this year, it goes away of okay, all right, deep breath, didn't happen 3 years in a row. Thank for the love of God.
So how can I phrase this? If you say it's not panicked, even though you sound kind of panicked, how can I phrase it?
There's a lot of expectations on this year, man, and the season has not ended well the last 2 years, okay?
So are you worried? How would you describe
I don't know how to describe it. I just think there's
Is it in the back of your head?
There is a 5% of the back of my head when I think of Oregon football that thinks about, oh my God, are they going to get blown out again? Yeah, 5% of my Duck brain works that way. Now, for some, it might be less than that. For some, it might be more. I'm just pointing out I don't think it's fair to say there's zero concern at all. Now, I agree with the extenuating circumstances. His stats are not wrong about the teams off of buys in the first round of the playoff. We talked about the Indiana offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator comments about how Oregon was so much easier to game plan against the second time around because their coordinators had 1 foot or 2 feet out the door. You had the running back injuries. All of that is certainly true, and I don't disagree with any of it. It also, Indiana had a first-round bye too, man. Didn't affect them. Indiana lost one of their best defensive linemen in the Big Ten championship game. Remember the celebration of the Big Ten championship game?
I do. He got injured
Busted
at the
his
wall.
knees,
Yeah.
jumping up to give somebody a high five.
Yep.
They won. It didn't impact them. So, everybody deals with injuries to a certain extent. And again, I'm not saying it will happen every year, and I'm not panicked about it. But I can't, even in my biased Duck brain, I cannot go to the point of saying there's no concern at all.
Okay.
Does it dominate my thought? No, but there is some concern.
Poll question, if you're a Duck fan, is getting blown out in the playoff, again, in the back of your head? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Until they show that it won't happen, then yes, it is.
Can we go to the other one, the sour grape
the
fly,
new money?
the new money?
See, that was more applicable to me. That one made me laugh. That was pretty
insane.
solid. You guys don't know what it's like. You haven't been through that meat grinder year in and year out. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
This might be a dumb question for some.
It sucks to see the new person at the party get something you've wanted forever.
We've been the new guy at the party.
I know.
And the girl never invited us to the bedroom, and it's been brutal. This guy shows up 5 minutes later. He's in the room hooking up with her. What's happening right now? What would be more surprising to you? Indiana winning another national championship with Kurt Signetti, or becoming what would be a good comp? Who's a good 9-win team every year that's on the border but not quite championship worthy? Becoming that regularly, 8 or 9 wins, maybe a 10-win season every now and then.
You're really in on this 8-4 Signetti.
I'm not predicting it. I'm just asking what would be more surprising to you. Them winning another national title or becoming an 8 and 9 win team every year?
Consistent. So it's not 1 or even 2. It's 3 or 4 straight years of Signetti being 8-4
or 9-3
or 9
just on the outside of the playoff looking in.
Dude, it sucks.
Good, but not elite.
Look, I'm not picking Indiana to win. That is not a sport I want to do that. I would take the field all day, every day, never think about it twice. In those two situations, I would be more surprised as a football viewer if he consistently became an 8-9 win team.
Over winning another second national title.
10-2, not winning for a few years, absolutely. 9-3, popping up, yeah, not out of the realm. 8-4, 9-3 consistently, yeah, because you know what? He was right. Google me. I win. 10-2. I hate Ohio State. I hate Michigan. Boom. Year 2, Big Ten title, undefeated, national champ. Yeah, they went old, but they're also starting to recruit better now.
They are.
They're not as old, but they still got skilled return guys. or not return guys that are skilled at positions that are key, transferring in. I lean. I would be more surprised if he just fell into the good, not great category.
Yeah, but kind of what USC has been the last 2 or 3 years. Where you're like, you're on the brink. We talk about you. You're in the mix as a playoff team, but then you drop the big game in November.
Largely what Ole Miss was for a big portion of my life. Like
Ole
a
Miss
pretty
is a
good
comp on
SEC team, but never one I picked to win until what they did last year.
Just they're such an interesting team this year because they came out of nowhere, and I think our heads are still trying to wrap themselves around the fact that Indiana won the national championship because it's just like we went from nothing to title in 2 years, and that just is such a rare story in the history of sports and how they evolve going forward, and do they truly become a year in and year out title contender? If he wins a second national championship, I mean, you're talking since we actually had the national championship game, which started in 1998. How many coaches have won multiple national titles? The list is very slim. Saban obviously did it.
Kirby, Saban,
Dabo. I'm sure Urban's got a couple.
Yeah.
So that's 4. Is there anybody in there we're forgetting? You could give me Pete Carroll if you want, but one of the years that USC claims that they didn't win the national championship. They were voted by the AP number 1. They didn't win the title game. They claimed 2 titles in a year in the BCS in which they didn't actually win a national championship game.
Yes, so it'd be just those 4, right?
I mean, unless there's somebody text in if there's someone forgetting.
No, Miami didn't.
No, Miami won the 1, and then they
Jimmy
went
won
back
2, didn't he? Or did Jimmy win 2 Super
But again,
Bowls
I'm just talking in the national championship game era since 1998,
gotcha,
when you actually had to play a national championship
game. Yeah, maybe 4.
Because Miami won 1 against Nebraska, and then they lost to Ohio State. So they won 1, and they tried to go back to back, and then Ohio State beat them. Dressel only had the 1.
Dabo, Urban.
I believe Bobby Bowden only had 1. I think Stoops only
Kirby.
had 1.
Yeah,
you're talking an exclusive list in the last 25, 30 years of college football.
Repeat champion we had.
Well, it was Georgia a couple years ago.
That's right.
So we had them go back to back, and then before then, obviously,
that's right, because Kirby won his 2 in a row, and then
he couldn't win it, and then he won 2 in a row, and then they haven't won a playoff game since then. For that reason, it's like, man, that puts you into an elite all-time category. If you win another, you're already in there winning one at Indiana. Like you're already an all-time legend in the sport. Winning another one almost makes you a dynasty.
I think it's one thing to win another one, especially if you won in a row. Like to your point, like how crazy that is in that sport.
Mm-hmm.
What I've not really been able to understand is the opinion of not you think this year, but the opinion and idea that they suddenly fall to 8-4. Why? If Lanning did it, that wouldn't be the opinion. If Riley did it, wouldn't be the opinion. If Whittingham did it, wouldn't be the opinion.
Riley's always been 8-4.
Ryan Day, I know,
to be
but
fair.
Ryan Day might be able to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'd have that opinion. Kirby, no. Dabo, like the laundry list of coaches, if they did or they came onto the scene I don't think we have this opinion. If Dan Lanning did what Curt Cignetti did, you would laugh at the face and notion of the idea of somebody suggesting Dan Lanning,
without a doubt,
didn't have staying power and was going to be an 8-4, 9-3 coach.
I mean, I had people arguing that to me last year, and I laughed at them last year. I think it's just because of the idea of, can you truly do it year in and year out? And this will change over time because Indiana's talent acquisition has certainly gotten better since he took over. It's just it is the ultimate outlier in the history of college football. Like there's no debating that.
The entire thing is the outlier.
It's
of the
like
entire
that,
sport.
and so that's the like if Oregon had won a national, let's say Oregon wins a national title last year. But
there's also enough evidence to suggest it's not random. He won everywhere he's coached.
No doubt about it.
They were 10-2 in year 1.
Yeah,
this wasn't literally 4-8 to national champion undefeated. Sure. This was a culmination of lower level football mixed in with upper level football that he just did something we never thought he'd do.
And there's nothing I could take away from the team last year. They were the best team in the country from start to finish. They dominated their way to a national title game. Like there's no criticism or critique of that in any way, shape, or form. It's mainly going back to year 1 of they were 10-2 and it came out of nowhere. Their best win was over a 7-5 team, and they played nobody in non-conference. And the 2 times they played a team with a pulse, what happened? But and went back, and I'm not criticizing him for that.
I know, but you're kind of also holding Indiana in an expectation of programs that always go 10-2 or better, whereas it was Indiana.
Sure, but this is the point now. So people are arguing that they are now that they're always 10-2 or better, and that's just the only question that remains for me.
I'm saying more often than not, I think they're going to be that. than not with him. And I don't know how many more years he's going to coach.
I mean, I imagine he's going to be around for a while. He's getting paid a lot of money. I don't see
No
him
doubt.
walking away anytime soon. His kids are all grown up. Like, what the hell would you run away from?
He could get to 70. What is he? Is he 64, 65?
He's pretty
Something
old.
like that.
Yeah.
He could get to 70. I'm eventually going to get to a point where
65.
I say 65. There you
65.
go. He might get to 68, 69, and it starts to age like Belichick. And I'll go, yeah, dude.
He's
It
also
happens to every
unique in the
coach.
coaching profession because he waited a long time to be a head coach, and he certainly has won everywhere he's been, but everywhere else has been a lower level of coaching.
Correct.
He only has 2 years of coaching at the Power 5 level as a head coach under his belt.
He at least has the history of Saban.
Like,
and
he didn't
Bama.
become a head coach until he was 63 years old at the Power 5 level. I know he was a head coach before then. Now, the one benefit they will have that I love making fun of them for, although my team is kind of falling into this now, is that they are a guaranteed 3-0 every year because they play North Texas Howard and Western Kentucky. Next year it is Kennesaw State, Indiana State, and UMass. The year after that it's Austin Peay, Eastern Michigan, and Miami, Ohio. The year after that it's Ball State, Eastern Illinois, and Western Kentucky. And then they finally have a home-and-home at Notre Dame starting in 2030. There is a question here on Oregon that I'd like to ask because as much as I would like to make fun of Indiana for that, my team's kind of falling into this category. They're non-conference schedule for the next handful of years. This year's somewhat interesting because Boise might be a playoff team. Oklahoma State. But by the way, fun fact on the Oklahoma State game, that is like the second or third most expensive Oregon ticket on the entire schedule this year. As of any of their games, whether they be home or road. The ticket prices in Stillwater are nuts because their fan base is fired up with the new coach. Oregon's coming in top 10. That's one of the more expensive tickets on the year. Should Oregon try and schedule harder? Because they got some openings down the road, and I want to talk about that a little bit. A few other notes on Big Ten Media Day, and then where is the landing spot for this player that has demanded a trade? Get to that next. 105.1 FM The Fan. All right, we got the mail sack coming up top of the hour. Just get your questions in. Last chance.
Ooh, I like it.
Want to read a couple thoughts here. This one said there will be doubt until the Ducks win it all. It's title or bust. Just my opinion as a Duck fan. Another one, the short guys seem panicked. I'm 5'9", you jackass. What else do we got in here? When something happens 2 years straight, yes, absolutely. The monkey is on our back, so until we get it off, it'll be there. Another one, totally agree with Dirt. Oregon blowout is on our minds. Somebody said, I don't think his Oregon is being new money anymore. 10 years ago, sure.
Oh, they're not new money anymore. It was more to me him calling out Indiana for being new money. They'd won the title. Oregon, when they were new money, it was fun. It was innovative. It was, oh, my God, look at us. They couldn't quite get over that hump. Indiana did it rather quickly. So
that, I think, was the point that Reister was trying to make, is that usually you have to go through the journey. Like we can't beat the Pistons and then we beat the Pistons and won the title. You earn your way there. And that's why it was so unique. They earned it, sure, but there was none of the hard road of climbing to success that usually happens.
You were born on second. They got born on third. They got on before you.
Well, I think they were born on first base and then somehow legged it out. Everybody else made a couple of errors. I still don't know how the hell that happened, man.
I mean, look, they're not going to get quieter.
No, God, no.
I mean, Oregon hasn't won the title, and I'd argue their fans don't get quiet. So Indiana fans are only going to be
I got no beef with Indiana fans. This is, I think, the point, and then we'll move on. The Indiana stuff, it's more of just an interesting storyline to me of, is this what it's going to be year in and year out? And you're 100% spot on. Like, if somebody said that about Oregon and Ohio State, after winning a title, the answer would immediately be, of course, that's not going to happen. And the reason I would say it wouldn't happen for either of those two is that the tale as old as time in this sport has been the acquisition of talent is the most important metric in terms of winning.
Yes, it is.
Right now, the 2027 class is the next recruiting class. According to Rivals, do you know Indiana just signed a 5-star quarterback, one of the top-rated quarterbacks in the country? Or was it a wide receiver? Anyway, they signed a 5-star kid, like last week on Pat McAfee's show.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where their recruiting class for 2027 ranks in the Big Ten? Indiana's. In the Big Ten, not in the country, in the Big Ten.
I'm going to fathom not very high yet. I'm going to say 11th.
Okay. They are 10th.
Okay.
Behind Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, USC, UCLA, Nebraska, Washington, Penn State, and Wisconsin. And you could say last year that they proved that didn't matter, and you would be 100% correct. My follow-up is, does their recruiting ever get to the point where we talk about them in the same category as an Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, who we just kind of know, Alabama maybe not anymore, and does it matter? And if it doesn't matter as time goes on, then by all means, any question of it goes out the window.
I can't fathom Dirt it ever gets to the level.
I don't think so either.
Top 8 in the
They
conference?
also have a lot of money to spend. They have the largest alumni base in the country.
Are you better? Yeah, but here's the thing, and I think, like Michigan, like we pulled a Whittingham cut because he was asked about quarterbacks ahead of his Big Ten Media Day.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about the 5-star quarterbacks. Are they the most expensive, debatably, on the market in high school college recruiting?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. Are you better served taking your money and getting a Josh Hoover?
Oh, without a doubt. I agree with that sentiment, too.
I think their money, they're not caring about high school recruiting. I don't know. It's a really tough thing to gauge. I don't think they'll ever be Ohio State, Oregon, even USC, who has seemingly turned around. Maybe Michigan with Whittingham.
From a high school recruiting
standpoint.
Sure.
But I think they'll get enough of the high school guys for them and then say, let's spend more of the money at experienced DB, experienced linebacker, experienced lineman, experienced quarterback, or whoever it is, right? So that's what I would say more with the way that they spend their resources. You're probably always looking to upgrade your facilities and make sure you're at the top of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Top chefs, top all the stuff around it. I don't know how much they truly, truly want to invest in saying, we need a top 6 class nationally in high school recruiting. Half of those kids, and I'm not saying Oregon, Ohio State, but it just feels like, I think for most, maybe I'm alone here, half of the recruiting classes of these schools are gone anyway. They're going to hop in the portal.
A good amount of kids, yeah. Depending on where you're at and the way you're able to take care of your players, yes, that is definitely.
And I think they view that as like, hey, they're going to get the 4-star. We're just going to poach him in 2 years because he won't play over that 5-star.
And that is the ultimate question that I have of just we had never seen a team do that and win a national championship, and they bucked that trend. We saw TCU get there as not an elite recruiter, and they lost by 60. We saw Washington get there as an outside top 25 recruiter. They got dominated in the game, and it got away from them late. And so you've seen teams get there. We've never seen a team actually win a championship doing that. And that's why it was such an outlier. And just the question of the roster's not 25 anymore. A lot of your guys are gone. You replace them with a very good portal class. Can you go do it again? Can you go be a playoff team and a national title contender again? I think is an interesting subplot of this season. Maybe they answer that question emphatically and win back-to-back titles for all I know.
How many programs in the Big Ten have more pressure to win the title this year than Dan Lanning in Oregon?
To win the championship? Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. I mean, Ohio State always has that every year. They wanted to fire Ryan Day even after he won a national title. So, but outside of Oregon, nobody has more pressure to win a national championship.
Feels like you guys are the Rams of the Big Ten.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that vibe, right?
Loaded up, got everybody to come back. Here we go. Your quarterback's a Heisman front runner.
Yes.
There you go.
Want to read a couple more thoughts here. Somebody said in 2023, had a Michigan beat guy come on the show and say, we called his shot that Michigan was the best team and they'd win the national championship, and it happened. To me, Oregon has that same talent and expectation. It's time to do it. No more excuses. And that is absolutely the sentiment going into the year. There is a title or bust mentality. I just avoid that phrasing a little bit because I hate the idea of like if getting blown out would be bust, and that's why that's in the back of my mind.
I'm with you.
It's a disaster.
It's panic time.
But if you're in a close game and your quarterback gets hurt and you lose by a field goal, like I'm not going to say that's a bust of a season, right? Like you have to wait and see how it all plays out. That's the one reason I push back slightly on the title or bust saying going into the year. But there's no doubt at the start of Big Ten Media Day, and Lanning will talk tomorrow, the expectation is a national championship.
That is absolutely the expectation. I mean, title or bust, you're right. You can get to a title game, lose, be emotionally devastated to watch the third title game loss of your life, but also say, dude, we're in the title. Like
we're that close again. We've got over the monkey of getting, the blowout in the playoffs off our back.
I view Oregon and Dan Lanning a lot like the sport of golf. You've come off and you've expected to shoot in the low 80s, and you've come off in the high 90s at the end of your year.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks to come off a round. What are you not going to golf anymore?
Right. Oh, you keep.
If they lose in the semis,
swings.
they lose in the title game. Like, you're going to be devastated.
You're not going anywhere.
Exactly. You're going to next year and be like, well, how are we going to get better here and there? I totally understand it lingering. I understand, like, you don't want to end in a season with a blowout the way that they have the last two seasons. I do think there were circumstances last year, not to excuse it, because I didn't think Oregon would be that bad.
No.
But I did highlight going in through that playoff experience, hey, dude, the coaches are leaving. The coaches are leaving. And I was told, no big deal. No big deal. No big deal. The coaches are leaving. They're in Kentucky and California the week of the game. This is a deal. And it showed itself. And Indiana did to Oregon what nobody thought that they would, the way Ohio State did. I understand that being a terrible way to end your year. You have to bank. Is it going to end like that for a third straight year? If it does, we'll certainly have to have questions. But guy's in his 30s. Like, what's going to happen if you don't win the title this year?
We're not going to run Dan Lanning out of town.
No,
he's one of the best young coaches in the league.
You got to have a little perspective. It's golf. You're going to have a bad round. Other years, you can have really good rounds. Maybe you have the round of your life and you finally win the championship.
Yeah, it's funny because I just remember a year ago being like, what are the chances it happens back-to-back years? That's not going to happen back-to-back years. And then it did.
The first play.
First play of the game.
Pick six on the first play.
Opening play of the game.
To the biggest DB on their team.
The one guy you're like, don't throw at that guy. And by the way, there was a wide open receiver on the other side of the field. And if you just would have thrown it, would have been a 30-yard gain. Much different world. They go on to win the game.
I swear I thought my TV glitched watching him go in the end zone. I go, no.
That was a quiet sit-down moment for me, like, all right, okay. Whoa. Last one here quickly, and then we'll go to the mail sack at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
How is the Big 12 feeling today? So they, of course, got their big, what do they got, their Mountain Dew or their Monster Energy patch all over the place.
Monster Energy deal, yeah.
Monster Energy deal, $20 million, and we all said, man,
we made fun of them.
Not a lot of money for a lot of branding. It had a lot of logos.
The Big 12 brought to you by Monster Energy.
Okay, I get it. Fits. Ohio State just inked a deal today.
Tell me how much more they made than the entire conference.
This will be a jersey patch for all 36 Ohio State teams. This is just Ohio State, not the entire Big Ten Conference. And Ohio State this year is going to earn $17 million.
What's the patch? Who is it?
Chase, JP Morgan Chase.
Oh,
you need a credit card? We got you, bud. We got you, dog.
My wife got a Chase card. There's good rewards there when you use that.
You got some point backs. You got some nice
get a lot of hotel stays, man.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
$17 million for 1 year for Ohio State, JP Morgan. The entire Big 12 for all of their floors, fields, and jerseys is getting $20 million for the entire conference.
That's brutal.
What are you doing? Big Ten Media Day thoughts if they come up in the final hour. Petitti's press conference has begun. He's got the trophies standing right next to him. We start the final hour, though, with the mail sack, and it's next on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
And Lindor cranks one to deep left field. Forget that. Lindor puts the icing on the cake with a long 3-run homer. His second home run of the night, a 6 RBI game for Lindor.
There's a baseball game yesterday.
What happened in I thought baseball season was over.
We're still on YouTube.
Not trying to be a chotch.
Yeah, it was a bit chachi behavior there from you.
Sorry, I didn't know we were on YouTube.
The Mets were number 1 last night, scoring 14 runs in a Francisco Lindor home run. Did you see Brian Harmon do that this weekend, by the way, at the scorer's table?
No.
I don't know what the backstory was there. He was sitting with Scotty. You know how they have those cameras at the score table? The guy signing their scorecards? He just randomly looked up to the camera, gave it the bird, and Scotty started laughing.
My apologies. That was to Swag, nobody else, for laying wood, because the Mets...
Maybe to the Mets. You might have done it to the Mets.
Mets laid wood on the Bravos in Ronald Acuna Jr.'s return to the lineup 14-3. Hey, Laying Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood. Talked to you guys all summer so far. Guess what I did yesterday? I got my wood. David, Jordan, Brett, the great guys out at Mr. Plywood helping me get my fencing material together. They do delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Check them out. Southeast Stark Street, great customer service, and online, mrplywoodinc.com.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Big Ten football media days are off and running in Chicago. Commissioner Tony Petitti right now addressing the assembled media. Ohio State has been picked to win the conference according to the preseason media poll. The Ducks second, followed by Indiana, USC, Michigan, and Penn State. Coaches will begin their press conferences coming up in about 45 minutes. Flurry of roster activity from the NFL with training camps opening up. Vikings signing former Seahawks and Jet safety Jamal Adams after he spent last season with the Raiders. Buccaneers defensive tackle Vita Vea has requested a trade. He wanted a contract extension going into the final year of his current deal without any guarantees. He's unhappy. Quarterback Baker Mayfield is at an impasse getting his new contract done with the Buccaneers going into the final year of his deal. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network.
Hey, let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. It is mail sack time. Before we get to that, wanted to read one more thought here, and then we'll move on. I can't remember if there's any Oregon-related questions in the mail sack. I'm sure there is. Another one said, I'm a Duck fan. I don't like the title or bust because I personally don't think Oregon has the obviously best roster in college football, like Ohio State might have or Georgia might have. Notre Dame, Texas, Miami are all equal talent to Oregon. And while I agree with the sentiment, now, Oregon might be the best team in the sport from a talent perspective of what they're bringing back. I do agree with the overall assessment of that, of like, I don't look at Oregon's roster and think, oh my God, you are head and shoulders better than Notre Dame. Or head and shoulders. Miami added maybe the best quarterback in the country to what was already a championship appearing team. Now everybody's got to replace guys and, put pieces back together. I don't know about Texas. Time will tell on that. Well, I know Ohio State recruits at a number 1 or number 2 level literally every year, and there's not a talent drop-off that happens there. But I don't look at them and say you're head and shoulders above everybody else. Therefore, it's a failure if you do not win.
Well, I think it's easy in the moment to see the way the season ends and think, damn it, we're going to lose all these guys. And then they all announce they're coming back and go, well, who has more loaded returning guys than us? Oh, Notre Dame is a far more popular pick to win the title than Oregon. Notre Dame made the playoff last year. So
they have better odds to win the national title than you do.
You go through the laundry list. It's easy to stay in our bubbles here locally, but you go through the laundry list, and there's some pretty damn loaded rosters. So to that point, like, who knows if your roster is any better than like 4 other teams?
Right. You won't know until you play them, and that won't happen until, for some of them, later in the year. Maybe in the regular season or playoff. Let's get to the mail sack, as always, brought to you by our great friends at Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym or just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge and win at the second half of life. SpartaTRT.com. Are you gentlemen ready?
I'm ready.
We're ready to roll.
Yeah.
Mail sack question. What's up with the new intro music? Did Tom Dundon buy Odyssey, so now you have to play Muzak instead of music? That's from P1 Jamie, our Colts fan. First off, love you, Jamie. You're great. Love you having as a P1. Shout out to Daniel Jones, maybe being ready to go for year 1. It is about it's a trademark thing. It's a copyright thing for YouTube. That's why we had to change our music.
YouTube numbers have been very good. We've been advised legally stand our ground.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so the real music goes.
See you later. Do we miss it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Every day. We do. Every day.
I spent 15 years building up that library. It's about 800 songs deep, and, I will remember you.
We had opens that were perfect with the music, and now they sound kind of funky and weird. Yeah. But you know what? We move on. We evolve, and we will grow, and we will look back on the time fondly, but say it's all right to have a new future.
Mailsack question, what concert would you go to that you would have to travel to, and I mean flying over 200 to 300 miles? Is there any concert that would get you to fly to it? I don't think that there is for me. I'm not a huge concert guy at this stage in my life, if you can't tell. I don't like leaving the house, loud noises. There's not many artists that would get me. Like, I would love to see some people, but the idea of flying just to go to a concert, not my cup of tea.
I don't know that I would. Probably the only thing would be maybe somebody at the Sphere in Vegas, because that's such a different
Who's the person you would
experience.
most want to see at the Sphere in Vegas?
Boy.
You know what they did at the Sphere at the Vegas not that long ago?
What'd they do?
Wizard of Oz.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
That must have been.
Do they show movies? Like, is that a regular thing or was that a one-off?
I can't remember. I think it was a play. I don't know actually. But they did the Wizard of Oz. I know people that went and saw the show.
It'd be cool if you could find a way to fit the entire, like, expand the size of everything and just show a movie in that. Imagine seeing the Odyssey.
Dude, the
in
house
that.
falling from the sky.
Yes. Ugh, that'd be a little
it's like
scary.
over your head.
I did. We were 24 hours away. So the day we left Venice on the cruise, that night, Andrea Bocelli was doing a concert in St. Mark's Square in Venice.
That's pretty cool.
And yeah, Megan and I were like, had that happened like the night before or
One
whatever.
night earlier, we would have been there.
We would have, yeah.
Nickelback in Toronto would be high on my list.
Flying. Now, we seen him in the Argonaut Stadium or the Blue Jays Stadium? Or
Jays.
the Raptors Stadium?
Rogers Center.
Oh, probably the Raptors.
The old Sky Dome.
You got options here. You got options.
Well, it's Nickelback.
You
Probably
got
have to go to the Blue
shooters.
Jays.
Yeah.
Probably have to go to the Blue Jays for
You
more
get
seating
you get in the hotel room out in center. Are those still there anymore? Or did they turn those into
the ones that caught the people having sex?
Yeah.
Out there naked. Well, let's see what else we got here. Mail sack question: if you three were driving somewhere together, who is driving, who's riding shotgun, and who is riding in the back? I believe, now correct me if I'm wrong, we've only road tripped one time as a threesome.
A Beavers baseball game?
Beaver baseball game's the only one that sticks out in my
did go
mind.
together, didn't we?
Alex Crawford was also with us at the time.
Right.
And if I remember correctly, Swag drove.
But
you
we
sat,
took his car.
He did, yeah. I mean, he was the guy.
Let's say it's a mini road trip. They want us to go watch Dan Lanning play Lupoy at
Okay.
Berkeley. So it's a 10-hour drive.
So we're driving to Berkeley.
There's a rented car by Odyssey.
Yes. Drive down.
Who's
cover the
driving?
game.
Who's in front? Who's in back?
Oh, boy.
It's going to say a lot about your personalities by your answer.
I think Swag's driving. I think you're sitting shotgun yelling at him about the way he's going and the way he's driving. Probably too slow for you.
I would definitely be driving too slow.
And I think I'm asleep in the backseat.
I think you're close and you're not right.
Okay, what is the order?
I think you're in the front because I always want to sit in the back seat.
Oh, you're a backseat guy?
Yeah. I don't like being in the front.
You don't like sitting in the front seat and like riding shotgun?
Not a fan. Anytime I can ride in the back seat, I absolutely will.
I mean,
And
take advantage of it. Yeah, it's way better than sitting shotgun.
it is one of the things that, like, it's easier said than done for people when a celebrity gets in trouble for a Dewey. It's just hire a driver. If I had the money, I would legitimately hire a driver.
I hate driving.
I would love to just sit in the back seat, scroll my phone, take a nap, show prep, whatever.
So I think the answer then would be
Swag, you in the front, I'm in the back.
Sure.
That's my opinion.
As long as your feet are on the passenger side so I can recline my seat and also fall asleep.
Well, I got longer legs. I don't.
It's not gonna
but
affect your
you're so
toes.
close up to the dashboard because of your leg length. You could probably lean back, and I'd still have a lot of space in that back seat.
Now throwing you out the back window.
Actually,
You're
you know
gone.
what?
You've been ejected from the vehicle. Get him out of here, Swigard.
We have to legally think about this. Is he
Yeah.
tall enough to be in the front yet?
No, I don't think so. I need a booster seat for the back.
Booster.
There's got to be a booster back there. Or a phone book, at least. So
Would you
the
want to
seatbelt-
drive? You sound like you don't want to drive at all.
I hate driving.
You do.
I hate driving 15 minutes away from my house, let alone California.
Yeah.
Let alone Eugene. I
10-hour
can't
drive
stand
is
it.
brutal.
I'm not driving anywhere, man. Mail sack question. If Dirt and Sprague's college football fan positions were switched like a Freaky Friday situation, how would they each be feeling about college football as the season approaches?
Some maintain I am a duck honk.
You are Duck Honk. We know that. How would you feel, Duck Honk?
I
Is
think,
this the year?
Well, if everything is the same except the fandoms, like our personalities are the same, I do think Dirt is much louder about Oregon State being ditched and abandoned by the conference that they were a part of, but I also think he still loves college football enough to say, like,
Yeah.
he tells you it sucks. He probably is a little more knowledgeable of the depth chart of Oregon State, even maybe more so than a Phil Steele.
Yeah, I'm more of a college football guy than you are.
Yeah, because you follow the recruiting stuff a little closer. You can tell me the three deep of Oregon's tight end or linebacker room, or you'll name a kid I've never heard of who hasn't played, but he played at the end of Portland State, so keep an eye on him.
Did you watch Nazir highlights last night on
Exactly.
YouTube?
See, that's what I'm saying is
Maybe the best play in the Big Ten championship game. Learn the name now.
I do think if we're reversing, I'm not caring about being blown out. If I'm on the Oregon end, and I do think you're a little louder about Oregon State being ditched from the conference.
Seems like a fair assessment. I would say if I were a Beaver fan going into the year, I would just be looking for and praying for any glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
It's just a sign of life that you know what you're doing.
Yep.
You have a functioning I don't need you to win 9 games. Hey, I don't care. Just show signs of life. Give me something that keeps me invested as a fan.
Yeah, because you could lose, but you could still lose and say,
yes,
well, these areas are good. They're just not winning the game.
We were competitive here. It's year 1. Give him another year or 2. Let him bring some more guys in. And he's going to bail if he has success. We all know that. But at least set the program up in a place where you can be competitive. If James Madison can do it, you can do it. That should be the philosophy.
Oh, they got their S together, James Madison. Dude.
Evidently they do. Will the third coach in a row do it? I don't know. But that's all I would be hoping for going into the year. Cautiously optimistic about the coaching change and praying for a sign of life. And excited to have some, albeit never the same, normalcy again of, hey, this is a conference game. And if we win it, it counts in the conference standings. And if we win enough of those, you could play in a conference championship game and have a pathway. You're not playing a independent schedule while having a Pac-2 logo on your jersey and play. That has been awful and brutal the last 2 years. Millsack, congratulations. You were in charge of concessions at the newly renovated Moda Center. Congrats on the new gig, guys.
Yeah.
Pick 3 chain restaurants whose food you would want in the arena, and what is the Moda Center's signature dish?
I mean, we joke about it, but legitimately, it is a good arena meal, Panda Express.
Yep.
The bowls are perfect.
They're fantastic.
The noodle, the orange chicken, the broccoli beef, the whatever you wanted, the shrimp. I don't know what you like, but
their orange chicken is undefeated.
It really is
undefeated.
It's not healthy, but man, it's undefeated.
It is so good.
I mean, is going to Chipotle ever a bad choice?
Yeah, I just don't know about the idea of a burrito at a game, but you could do the bowl, I guess.
Like the bowl or the nacho?
Do the bowl. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of out on Chipotle right now. I have not eaten it, by the way. Still standing strong. Solidarity.
And I like actually the current options we have with pizza.
Can I give a throwback option here that I think would be really cool? They never do it, but if you put me in charge, why the hell not? Why don't we get a Taco Bell in there, and when they win, they give you a chalupa on your way out the door?
Or diarrhea.
Who is not hungry for a chalupa on their way out of an NBA game at 10 o'clock at night?
You
would eat that thing in 7 seconds on your walk to your car. You know you would.
I had a lettuce wrap burger last night, not remembering at all about that diarrhea story.
A lettuce wrap burger?
A burger wrapped in lettuce.
As opposed to a bun.
Opposed to a bun.
You did a lettuce bun?
Yeah.
Do people do that?
Yes. Okay. That's the keto. That's the keto plan. When you want
are
a
you
burger,
ketoing over there?
No, I'm not.
Are you anti-buns? You don't like your buns? Buns?
Most white buns got a lot of sugar. I'm just kind of watching what I eat a little bit.
I'm just asking questions.
It's the Coast Month. What do you want from me?
Just asking questions.
You make fun of me for being healthy.
I would like to see maybe some more iconic local restaurants. Like, could you do a little ringside steak bite onion ring thing?
You want a steak?
No,
like the steak
club
bites.
level? Is that in the club level you're putting this?
How long do I got to sit down for? How much time do I have? Because I always feel like when I go to basketball games, it goes a lot quicker than you realize. Like, you think, it's halftime, I'll go grab a beer, and you look up and you're like, dude, it's 4 minutes into the third quarter.
12-minute halftime.
What the hell happened here?
Yeah.
So that's a tough part with a place like that.
Well, I'm thinking you're going to get, like, your main thing, like, when you first arrive.
So
because the games are at 7 or 7:30.
You're eating twice at a game?
Ooh, double dip the chip.
You fat ass.
You might get popcorn, you might get like ice cream or something later, but if you're going to eat at the game, you're not going somewhere before.
Yeah.
Like you're eating what would constitute your dinner meal at the game.
Well, like I
want to get something either when I'm there kind of out in the concourse or something initially when I sit down kind of as the game starts.
Pizza places need to be doing more slice things. Can I just put that out?
More slices.
This weekend I was near a pizzeria and it smelled so good, but we weren't in a position to sit and order a whole pizza. And
you just wanted a slice?
They don't do slices to go.
Who doesn't do slices to go as a pizza place?
A lot.
A lot of
really?
pizza places.
A lot of pizza places.
Like outside of a chain? I get a chain not doing that. Like
a lot of local spots don't do slices.
Really? That's the best part about the pizza place I go to. It's you go in, it's like $6 for a slice of pizza.
And that's what I was going to get at is the pizza place in there I like. They're local to near like me and around Portland. I got them not long ago going to a Fire game, and it was like $17 for the slice. because it was slightly thicker and squared. And I'm like,
That feels like a really big. I get it from like, hey, we're Domino's. We just sell pizzas by the bundle. Like, by all means, if you're a local pizza shop and you're not selling slices of pizza to walk-in traffic, you are missing out on so much money.
Yeah, but how many slices do you cut versus what you actually make on it?
Exactly.
Because you might think you grab a slice, but what if
But after
you
that
and nobody
pizza's
else
sitting
does
there
all day?
for a half hour
Exactly.
and nobody's come by.
It's a weird spot to be in, like where I want a slice, but maybe not enough people go to places for slices. It's like, give me the whole pie.
Yeah, I mean, I see that argument, I guess. I've never ran a pizza shop before, but I'll tell you, as a consumer of slice of pizza from time to time, we usually do the full pie, but every once in a while, it's like, I don't want like 4 leftover pieces of pizza for tomorrow. Let's not be a fat ass.
Yeah.
Just give me 2 pieces of pizza for dinner, and that usually does the trick if
It's
they're
my
big
biggest
enough.
thing, dude. We need more to-go slices in our city. If I'm roaming town, I'm going to get hungry. I'd love to jump in there and buy 1 slice of pizza and get out and eat it on the go.
Slices to go are great. Mail sack question: as a guy with kids, how much sympathy weight did you gain while your wife was pregnant?
Oh.
I don't think I've gained. I'm just fat in
Sympathy
general.
weight?
Oh, sympathy eating?
It's more about her coming on my level than it is about me gaining weight. I think I stay a pretty consistent fat.
What?
And then it's, she...
And then she what?
She joins me in the club for a brief amount of time and then goes back to being her healthy, beautiful self.
Make fun of her for eating a burger and lettuce.
She would not do that right now. We're doing pints of ice cream currently. So,
Okay.
Oh, it's the sweets? Does she have a sweet tooth?
Oh, absolute sweet tooth. Absolute sweet tooth.
How is the
Constant.
eating different with Wyatt and or Moses than it was with Teddy Ballgame? What's changed?
I don't remember a lot, to be honest with you, about the eating habits. She seems to think on a daily basis the argument is, I am so fat this time around, and I look at her every time and say, you're pregnant. But I think that's a pretty normal conversation that happens in pregnancies. I'm much bigger this time, and I'm like, I don't think you're much bigger this time. She's worried now the baby's going to be 10 pounds. I don't think the baby's going to be 10 pounds, but, that's our day-to-day dialogue.
Famous last words.
That's
That's
true.
what we thought.
That's true. Although a very highly likelihood we're having an early kid with a C-section, if that is the case. It's not going to be fully cooked, and I'd be shocked if it's 10 pounds. But also not a
we
traditional
induced
birth.
a week ahead of schedule, and he was still 10-10.
Yeah.
Did not gain any weight.
Didn't gain any weight. Yeah. I don't think I've gained any either.
I don't remember
My
gaining...
wife didn't go ham, though. Like, she ate, but she didn't, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I'm always fat, so, That's the way it works. Yeah. Mail sack questions. You guys know that you have a guest today. Yes. Yes, we do. Thank you for that reminder.
Look, we get a lot wrong. Can you at least publicly acknowledge how awkward you were there?
We were going through everything. We were a half hour into the show. I'm like,
you were.
I was more
in the
worried
middle while I was talking. That's what that sounded like when I said, "What?" You go on air. Do we have a guest?
I want to make sure I read the text right.
Well, yeah, but we were live on air.
We were. The talking in the headphones is should be a no-no on live radio. It should.
Sometimes
we should ban
it's
that.
necessary to sort stuff out that we need to get.
And then he starts talking to me while he's talking to you, and I can't get a thought out because in the back of my ears, all I hear is Swigard going,
The audio is in the green on the top left of the page, and if you scroll over there, you'll find it at the goddamn
That's
letter.
what happened to me in the middle of me talking. He's like,
Oh, we're gonna have a guest today? A guest?
What? I thought we were having a guest
Then you
today.
turn the microphone on. I think
Thought you
I think
guys
that
were
should be
more
a show
professional.
rule.
I've had the entire Petiti press conference going since he started.
We're more professional.
You're not talking the entire time. You're talking some, but you're not talking the entire time. I think that's a new show rule. Banning talk.
10-hour road trip with us. Would it be good or bad?
God,
I don't
it'd
know.
be horrible.
Who gets the music choice?
Driver gets the music choice.
Oh, God, a lot of
What are we
OAR.
going to get? Like robot, techno?
You won't get country, I will tell you that.
Neil Diamond, you mean the best road trip music? It's country. Come
Michael
on.
McDonald?
No.
On the road again.
Oh, yeah.
We got some more Sparta TRT mail sack. That is next on the Fan.
Let's go!
McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the WNBA resumes its schedule following All-Star Weekend. The Fire amongst teams taking part in 5 games tonight. They are in Vegas to take on the Aces. ESPN has the Fever up in Seattle to take on the Storm at 6:30. The Lynx are leading the league right now. They get the tempo at home, and the Liberty are at the Sparks at 7.
Yeah, Olivia Miles probably locked up the Rookie of the Year already. I think that thing is done. The animal kingdom is an interesting one to be living in. I can only imagine.
Some might say it's wild.
It's gotta suck. You know when you see a tiger walking through like a jungle somewhere, and you go, orange, black, white, look how majestic it looks, and also you're in the jungle. You're sticking out like a sore thumb. Do you know that deer and boar, they are green? So if you take
That's
a tiger
terrifying.
and you make the whole thing green.
Yeah, you never see it
Because you're like, how do they not see this thing?
Yeah, it's coming right there.
It's so blended in that it looks like a plant.
Why is that shrub moving?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that thing's coming at me right now. It's a little confusing.
It's got to be terrible.
A couple of funny texts for my update today, and then I'll get to the big news of the day. We all know Swag making multiple trips meals in the arena concession has to be peak Lake Oswego. Calm down, Moneybags. Great point. That stuff's expensive.
Yeah.
You're doing 2 meals. Don't defend yourself.
I'm not doing 2
Construction
meals.
workers upset about not having slices to go at pizza places. Amen to you. We should have slices ready to go. But we all know the big news right now. I mean, how is everybody not reacting to this? Justin Herbert and Madison Beer are officially engaged.
What?
Is this a good or bad for his postseason success rate?
Can't get worse than 0-3.
That's true. He's never won a playoff game.
Actually, you could go on 4.
If he wins a playoff game, do we give Madison Beer the credit?
Absolutely.
She gets to claim it.
Who wins more postseason games this year, Dan Lanning or Justin Herbert?
Lanning. I gotta go Lanning. I've at least seen him win 2. I've at least seen him do it.
Well, one of them doesn't count. I'm just saying.
There's your update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Welcome back in. It is
like an 80s sitcom.
It does, dude. I feel like
Wings. It sounds like something you hear in Wings.
It is 9:28 on your Tuesday morning.
Questions up. Who wins more postseason games this season, Dan Lanning or Justin Herbert?
That is a great one.
Great poll question.
That is a phenomenal poll question.
I think Lanning's going to win.
I think I go Lanning. Yeah, I think I go. I've at least seen him win one meaningful playoff game. Herbert, he's let me down. I hammered the Chargers. What were they, 3.5-point dogs in New England last year? I want to say in wild card round.
Yeah,
that was my favorite bet of wild card weekend.
It did not go well.
Oh, I remember the Houston game. Yeah. Although 2 of those picks went through players' hands. Come on, the context. Mail sack, more so for dirt. Do you know Sup With You Girl? If so, did you ever meet them? And the lore of them being Oregon alumni.
Yeah,
because you love your Ducks.
I do love my Ducks. I do know Sup With You Girl. Jamie Slade's one of the guys in Sup With You Girl. I went to high school with him. He grew up in Eastmoreland, so I've known him forever.
Why weren't you in the band?
I'm not musically talented in any way, shape, or form.
You think all those guys were? I think you could
yes,
have
I
been
do.
part of the posse.
I do. I think the creation of the song and the behind, there's at least a musical. I don't have much of a musical.
Why weren't you in the video?
I should have been in the video. I actually have a funny story about the video. One of my buddies from college was in the first I Love My Ducks video. He was one of the rotating mascots. They did not have the rights to use the mascot in the video. And they asked my buddy hey, man, do you think you could grab the suit and come be in the video? Brilliant idea on their part.
Smart move.
Oregon strongly disagreed with that thought process. And I believe he was fired from being the Duck. Ooh. And then the video exploded and became this thing.
Then they embraced it, didn't
they? Made T-shirts that said, I love my Ducks. And all of a sudden it was well, now you can have Joey Harrington for the next video. Yeah. I Smell Roses. So, yeah, I knew them. That was right. I mean, I was there when that song came out. I was a student at Oregon when it happened. And I remember standing on stage. They did a concert. God, that song got so big. In the 2010 national title game, there was a big concert down in Glendale. And I didn't really know what to do with the press pass other than I'm going to see how far I can get away with stuff of how far can I take this? Because it was kind of my first point at a national thing with a press pass.
Yeah.
And they had the band from Animal House come down and sing Shout. and they had this huge concert, and then Sup With You Girl came.
Otis Day and the
Otis
Nights?
Day and the Night, the actual guys from the movie, and they sang Shout, and then Sup With You Girl went up on stage, and I literally just walked onto the stage. Nobody said anything because I just had a press pass on, and I just hung out back there, and it was pretty cool. So.
Only interaction with Sup With You Girl outside of knowing the song and hearing about it is I remember the year I covered Oregon State for Comcast. I don't remember how, but some conversation on Twitter got to like Chip Kelly. And I remember saying like, Chip Kelly's not staying here. And one of them responded with his Sup With You Girl account. It was
very
you
upset.
don't know.
Very
it's
upset.
so good here. He's never leaving. And literally a year later. See you later.
The worst one of the bunch was the Matt Carney Please Don't Go Chip song. That one didn't age very well. Thank you for coming home. I'm a fan of it. I know it's not all are.
Hey,
after
it's
the
in a
first
time
quarter.
capsule.
It is in a time capsule. It will be dug up in 250 years.
Yeah, the Chip Don't Go.
His Chip Don't Go one did not, I digress.
But like, who make? I guess I would ask. Like, did you make that song and you thought, well, Chip's going to see this and he's never going to leave now?
Probably thought process. Yeah,
that's wild.
I have the power to keep Chip Kelly around.
Insane thing to think.
Chip Don't Go.
Although it probably generated a lot of clicks.
I guarantee you it did. Mail Sack segment continues. Brought to you by Sparta TRT Mail Sack. We are both Seahawks fans. Mail Sack argument with my brother. We are both Seahawk fans, which makes this an even funnier debate in my opinion. Am I being ignorant that I don't care about the Rams potentially grabbing a 36-year-old Aaron Donald out of retirement?
Are you being ignorant?
Yes, basically insinuating he's
like
not
going to make an impact.
We don't care. Bring him out of retirement.
I don't think you're being ignorant to wonder aloud how dominant is Aaron Donald going to be after being out of the league for 2-3 years. Don't diminish the idea of what Myles Garrett will do for an Aaron Donald if he's 60, 70% of what he was. If he is 60 to 70% of what he was, yeah, I'd be terrified.
80% of Aaron Donald is still one of the top 10 interior defensive linemen in the NFL.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you guys saw this in your emails. We got a list of the current odds if Vita Vea is to get traded.
Yes, I did see that.
1-1.
Rick
LA
Stroud
Rams.
says no. He's a Tampa Bay-based guy. He says no, but Vita Vea saw Dexter Lawrence and said, what?
And he had a demand of wanting to go home or to Vegas. He wants to be in California or Vegas. He wants to be on the West Coast.
I know a Bay
So the
Area
Rams
team
are even odds. Chargers are 2-1. Niners 4-1.
They're all the favorites.
I would
Raiders
love the
6-1.
Niners to get him. Now, you kind of have to pay him. That's kind of be the deal of that. I don't know how I feel about that because he's kind of old. But damn, is he good. I mean, look, here's the thing about the Rams. I don't blame any fan of any team for kind of just saying, like, yeah, what? Like, how many times in our lives, like, go back, Swag, when you were watching in the 30s, Dirt, when you and I were born in the late 80s, in the early 90s, like, how many teams have been assembled that have been talked about to be scared of, and then, like, two things go wrong and it doesn't formulate? It's not that the Rams won't be good. It's the idea that, like, Matt Stafford, at any given moment, season's over.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett, we'll see if you're out there for the full 17 games.
It's
Aaron
football,
Donald,
dude.
welcome
Yeah.
back from retirement life. The back kind of hurts today, doesn't it? Like,
Right.
it's Devontae Adams. I mean, as nice as that team is on paper, and believe me, they should be a favorite going in on paper, there is a bit of like let me lace them up and see how this is actually going to play out. I'm terrified of it on paper.
Yeah,
but I
the
also get
idea-
like not caring about it to the point of like, well, we can't never.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. I do think downplaying the impact of an Aaron Donald is a little ignorant if he is to play. Now, do I think he's going to be the level of player that he was before he retired? Like, no, he's just a little bit older. He's probably not quite as good enough shape or as good of shape as he was in. He's still a freak specimen. So I don't think he's going to be exactly the same player. But, like, yeah, dude, he retired young. How old is Aaron Donald? 35? 36?
I think he's something like that, yeah.
So, I mean, it'd be one thing if you're getting 47-year-old Aaron Donald out of retirement. Like, he still has some good years ahead of him, I would imagine. And then you pair him with one of the most dominant edge rushers we've ever seen in the history of the NFL. So, yeah, I would say that's a I don't know if I would look at that and say, oh, my God, the Rams are unbeatable. Throw my hands up. Like, what's the point in playing this season? Because to your point, it's football. Crazy stuff happens.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if I were a Seahawk fan, there absolutely would be Jesus, they had a really good offseason. How are we going to handle that? And, oh, by the way, the first time we played them, we threw 4 picks. Second time we played them, it took a 2-point conversion getting picked up. And the third time we played them in the NFC title game, they had the ball on the 3-yard line with a chance to win. Now, you won 2 out of the 3 games. Victor go the spoils. You did it. They also, I think, had a significantly better offseason than you because they're hungry and they're trying to strike while the iron's hot.
They also won the Super Bowl, so it's easy to not feel real threatened after you win the title. I don't know if the Rams will live up to it. I know we'll get to it as camp rolls on, but like I remember Swag telling me about when he was watching the Canton Bulldogs in 22 and 23, how loaded that roster was when he was a kid, and
he was
then
a
that
big
was
Canton Bulldog
immediately followed up by the Packers in 1930 to 1932. Like
they were dominant back then.
Swag saw 2 dynasties back to back in his childhood, so he knows what it's like when rosters are loaded.
Some high school kid's going to get the full Swag treatment tonight.
Mail sack question. Who do you think has more success in their first year as head coach, Jamarcus Shepard or Justin Joyner?
Oh, damn it.
Justin Joyner.
Justin Joyner.
I mean, you have to go college basketball, do you not?
Just more
takes
darts
fewer
to throw
kids.
at the board. More
It's a
darts
smaller
to throw.
roster. Like,
I'm like there was speculation abound about Shepard and the staff, and if they're 6-6, they'll leave. I'm far more concerned about Justin Joyner and OSU basketball actually being good to the point where he leaves.
Yeah.
That concerns me. I don't care that his wife is in Eugene.
I was kind of
That
surprised.
dude will take the biggest job he can get.
Yeah, and I don't know what their preference was, but obviously May leaving, they just made the other guy full-time, didn't they? They just promoted from within. I wonder if there was any call that was made
I don't
there.
think he knew that was happening.
No, I'm not saying that he did, but after it happened, do you think Michigan called him?
No.
To come like, hey,
I don't think so.
Where was he as their assistant? Was he their top
He was their
guy?
lead.
He was their lead assistant.
Lead, number 1 for Dusty May.
Yeah. Just college basketball is more manageable to win, I think, in the short term
Also,
than college
in that
football.
conference, like outside of Gonzaga.
Gonzaga's going to be great. We know
San
that.
Diego State.
There you go, SDSU. Then who?
Fresno State has been good on occasion in the past.
Yeah, so you're giving me wiggle room to be third, maybe play second in that conference year 1 if your coach is legitimate and he's got
Colorado
the right talent.
State's had some success, but I don't know if the same coach is there as when
Outside of one team, you don't
Yeah.
know how it's all going to shake out. So,
Mail sack question. How much does the narrative change if Tom Dundon was to rehire Mike Barrett?
whoa, that's a great question. That is a poll question of the day.
That
Holy
could
crap.
be one of the single moves that he could do to
shut everybody up. Would that shut people up?
Try to,
If you get a lease deal done in the next 2 weeks and you rehire Mike Barrett as your TV play-by-play guy, what is the narrative?
I think it goes now back to the team.
I don't know what the complaint would be, unfortunately.
Then I think it actually goes back to the team.
Why do we have 74 guards on our roster?
And how good
Tom
can they
Dundon's
really be?
That's Tom Dundon's fault. If Tom Dundon brought back Sean's on AI and then also hired Barrett,
that actually sounds like something he would do, does it not?
I mean,
your free throws.
I mean,
it's gonna be Tom D.
Yeah, I don't know.
How much is the Claude membership?
Yeah, I don't know how much it would change everything, but I do know
if he gets a lease agreement and hires Mike Barrett, it absolutely changes everything for
That
people.
shuts a lot of people up for a while.
It certainly does.
Last one here, and then we'll go. Always appreciate the mail sack questions. Mail sack, power rank these events that would make you cry. Number 1, Oregon or Oregon State wins a national championship. I'm assuming in football. Number 2, Blazers explode this year. Dame comes back. They win it all.
Okay.
Number 3, your wife announces she's pregnant with another kid.
Yeah, crying because my life's over.
Or number 4, opening night for Portland's Major League Baseball team.
Swag's crying about his wife being pregnant for a different reason.
Yeah.
What was his name in Italy?
Silvano.
Silvano!
Taking care of that baby, though, aren't you? You take care of that baby.
Power
what was
rank,
the last one?
The opening night for Portland's Major League Baseball
MLB.
team.
Yeah.
All of them would make me cry. If I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a crier. Every single one of them would. Power ranking, Oregon 1, Blazers 2, MLB 3, another baby 4. But all of them would make me cry.
I think the only thing that would I would get caught up.
A baby being 4th on that list.
The other 3 are significantly happy tissues, and these are like,
I don't
oh
think
my
those
God.
are making me cry. I think the only thing.
Seeing the Blazers win a championship, you wouldn't cry?
I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't cry.
I'd be ecstatic. I'd be like.
I'd celebrate.
Well, you also don't watch when there's Game 7 of your team playing in a championship, so what do you care? No wonder you wouldn't cry.
Can't go to the parade. I got a golf round booked.
Would you quit?
Got tea time at noon.
There's a Thorns game on. I'm not watching Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Were you kidding me?
You going to the parade?
You want me to be
Timbers
there?
FC. Got the Junior Timbers playing tonight.
Mail sack brought
My
you
friends
by-
are going to leave at halftime. I'm still
I'm
gonna
leaving
miss
you
it.
both on the side of the highway and Reading to hitchhike.
I'm only crying about the baby, and I'm not crying because I'm super jacked about it.
Nothing
I'm
in sports would make you cry?
No.
Nah, nothing.
Hall of Fame speeches can get me. Guys
So
that are,
that'll do it, but your team winning something you never seen him do wouldn't do it?
No, but I does it say something about somebody if they don't cry if they see their team win a title?
I think you need to get in touch with your sensitive side.
I would argue I am. I'm the soy boy of the show. I'm maybe the most sensitive one on the program. I just don't. How am I going to cry?
I mean, it's not about bawling out. It's not about bawling out and looking like
when
that.
When are you crying? When Dan Lanning hoists the trophy immediately as the buzzer goes off?
I'd cry the entire time. I wouldn't be bawling, but there would absolutely be tears in my eyes. If Oregon wins a national championship, I'm not going to sit here and act like there would 100% be tears in my eyes.
Like the Native American GIF video where just the one tear goes down?
Counts as crying.
There's
a salty discharge.
I can't fathom I get there. I'm celebrating like hell, though. And if I find out I'm pregnant, if the wife is pregnant after Dr. Snip.
Antonio Cromartie did it.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
He's got the power.
I'm a little concerned.
He's got the power.
I don't have Silvano in my life, so I'm wondering a lot of things.
Sparta TRT brings you the mail sack every Tuesday, and also whether you're hitting the gym or just trying to survive the workday, don't watch from the sidelines or claim your edge. Win at the second half of life. SpartaTRT.com.
Swagalicious.
Put a bow on this bad boy, and we'll do it next on The Fan. Be asking at the fan text line 503-864-6326 for swag. What was Marilyn Monroe like in her prime?
He's more of a Betty Boop guy.
You Betty Boop guy over there? You big Betty Boop guy?
Yeah. Black and white cartoons. You can't stop it from coming.
Last one for us today.
Who was your crush, by the way?
Who was your childhood crush?
Who was your lady crush?
Who was your first one you remember?
I asked my cousin's dad who took us fishing. I said, who was your lady of choice back in the day? He's
probably
like,
Christy
that's a good
Brinkley.
question.
Christy Brinkley, huh?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
He's a little older than you, and so I was like, Raquel Welch.
I mean, Raquel Welch was an all-time hot.
He said, is it Susan Day?
Yeah.
Is that a name? I can't remember.
Does that ring a bell?
Susan Day. Oh, she was one of the kids on the Partridge Family.
Okay.
And then she was a lawyer on L.A. Law for a while and did some other things.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
He cited her. I was like, oh, okay.
All right.
Gotcha.
Everybody had a childhood crush, you know?
Some crushes don't leave your childhood. They go into adulthood.
That is very true. Looking at you, Topanga. Last one for us here today. Big Ten Media Day is underway. They just had Brett Bielema was up on the podium.
Yeah, he was the first coach up.
And now we have Greg Schiano. So you start with Illinois and Rutgers. Illinois is a trip. I haven't, I know the Oregon schedule, and then I'm reminded of it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Oregon takes a road trip. First trip to Champaign,
down
Illinois
on the plains.
this year. Anybody want to go to Champaign, Illinois? That's one of their road trips in Big Ten country this year.
I wanted to go to Illinois at a high school.
Did you really?
Illinois randomly had a pamphlet set up at Park Rose, and I was looking at it, and they had a journalism program. The pamphlet made Champaign seem like a really cool college town.
Seems like a cool place to go.
Who was it? It was Darren Williams and who was his backcourt mate? D.
Oh God, D.
Williams? No.
I
D.
know.
Brown?
Yeah. Wasn't D. Brown the dunk contest?
Yeah, I always get D. Brown and this other guy mixed up. Anyways, that was at the height of their crazy run.
Yeah, it was D. Brown. You're right.
Yeah, D. Brown.
Yeah. With the headband and the big shorts.
Yeah, it seemed like a cool place to go. Didn't end up going, but I had interest. It seems like a cool road trip to take. Looks like you fly into Indy more so than Chicago and get there a little quicker. That's the cool thing I think about the Big Ten for Duck fans is like the amount of venues you get to check out if you want and say, Illinois trip, probably not going to cost me what Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan will.
No,
And maybe there's still a formidable opponent that we end up beating and I get to check out a cool college town.
I would be curious because I mentioned that we talked about the Portland arena deal stuff earlier in the show, and finally a bit of good news yesterday from both the county side and the Blazer side of saying, yes, we will sit down and we want to get a deal done and all that. But the idea of the car rental tax, and that number has gone through the roof the last couple of years because of Oregon's move to the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
You're also still in the phase of the novelty of it because this will be year 3 in the Big Ten. Like some of the last year, you had teams coming for the first time. Now I know Nebraska came in the Taggart era and they played at Autzen, but this is their first time as a conference game. They're coming. Northwestern has not been here yet. Michigan has not been here yet. And so you have fan bases who haven't made that trip yet. Do we think the novelty will wear off as time, or is football a big enough thing where that will always be the case? Because I think that's certainly for some Oregon fan, you're like, oh, check it off my bucket list. I'm going to go see Oregon play at Ohio State, or for people last year, it was the whiteout game at Penn State. Would you go back if they're there, or was it a one-time thing? That's a curious thing I have for the traveling fan bases coming to Autzen, because I'll never forget, a random one that sticks out of my head. They played Minnesota at home on a Friday night last year.
Yeah.
And I was mouth to the ground, shocked walking around Autzen before the game, being like, there are so many
Gopher fans?
Minnesota fans here for a Friday night game for dude, you're going to probably get your ass kicked. And they were all over the place down there. Next time Minnesota comes, is it the same?
Depends how good they are.
Yeah.
I don't think, my wife's cousin, who I've known for a very long time, he went to Minnesota. He lives in Minneapolis. He came out for that game.
Did he? Yeah.
And him and his friends from college, that was a really cool thing.
That was like your road trip for the year.
I think as long as the Ducks stay at the top echelon of football teams in the Big Ten.
How many years go by between visits?
It depends.
So if
2 or 3 potentially.
Is it 2 or 3?
I can look
Minnesota
up.
being here again.
Let me look up their future
I think it would be
conference
3
schedules.
or 4.
See, if it's 4 to 5, I think
you're not
fan
playing
bases would do
everybody
it.
every year outside of the West Coast schools.
And when you do play them, it's going to be road versus home.
So
you got that split.
I would think every 4 to 5 years.
So if it's 5
would be
years,
the cycle.
yes. If it's a diehard fan base of a power program, Penn State fan will always travel out here. Ohio State fan. Plus, don't underestimate the amount of those fans that exist within our state.
Yeah, that's true.
I randomly talked and met
true.
with a former teammate of Archie Griffin at Ohio State who moved out here for his grandkids, and guess what game they went to?
Well, I also think early on, like the fans that come out the first time and then go back and say, oh, my goodness.
We had a great time.
We did this and this the couple of days before we went to the game, go here, go there sort of thing. So I think word of mouth from those fan bases that travel out. So I think it's as long as the Ducks stay up and relevant football-wise.
It'll always be a big crowd.
Where you know Autzon's going to be filled to the brim and it's going to be an experience there.
Like, do you think Matt Campbell wins at Penn State? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so let's...
Championship, no, but I think he'll win at Penn State, yeah.
If you were an Oregon fan and you went to the Penn State...